good evening. Hello and welcome. It's episode 41 of Cometh the Fall. Unfinished Deeds. How's it going, everybody? Hello, Just a Sad Lurker, Varus, Zebus, Jablaine, Prostar, Sinja, Manganut, hello. Howdy, howdy. Sparks, thank you very much for the 11 months. Almost a full year. Hello, Ascending. Good evening. Glad to see all of y'all turning in. Hello, hello. We are giving the players a moment to get themselves situated, adjusted, and prepared for this episode. As such, I recommend that you do the same. Get yourselves an appropriate amount of snacks, drinks, and the like. And once we're all sufficiently ready, and I believe the players have had enough time, we will transition over, get introduced to our players, learn a little bit about them, who they are, and go from there. I do apologize for any background noise. We do have some guests over. As I imagine you will probably hear them sometime during this game. If not through my mic, then through Kellen's, then through Momo's, and potentially through Cyrix. Varus, brother. You didn't have to do that. Thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs to the community. It is insanely kind of you. Thank you. And Momo, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. You didn't do squat. I'm obviously seeing things. Oh, that must be it. It must be the other Varus in the chat. Thank you again. I really do appreciate it. This is going to be a very interesting episode, as the players have many hooks, or many, what's the phrase? It's like something, many things in the fire, like fire. I forget the phrases. They basically have a bunch of stuff going on. Please don't delete the old episodes on your Twitch. I'm still watching. Absolutely not, Duke. I intend on keeping them up until I can get them fully on YouTube, and even then, I still want to keep them on Twitch for as long as I'm able. Other who's stealing my name? Many pots on the fire, a bunch of bricks in the fire. I think it's something like that. It's something to do. Too many irons in the fire. That's what it is. Thank you very much, Guido. That is the party's current predicament. They have a number of tasks and plans that they want to do, but they just have so many of them. And I think this is the episode where we'll see them start tackling some of those things. And I am very excited. Too many babies on the spit. My God, very. That's horrifying. Happy Halloween, everybody. I'm hitting the tail end of episode 11. Nice. Boy, oh boy. The aftermath of the siege. The what me? Oh no. You very recently got blindsided by a legit lore question. Ah, let me guess. It was the bastard surnames. I think that's the last time I've been blindsided by a lore question. Yeah, I've answered it. I have all of the bastard names. The bastard name for the Etenmore is Holm. Holm. I've never seen a conversation be so completely derailed unintentionally. Yeah, it did blindside me. I had propped it up earlier and I didn't think he would ask. And I should have known. I should have known. But Nathan is one of my favorite NPCs now. Sick. I really love when players or even the people watching, the sort of audience start liking NPCs. It lets me know that either I've done something really well with them, or I've sort of humanized them in a way to make them more likable. We're going to give the players about another 3 minutes. Get themselves situated. And go from there. I remember that Shane kid. I don't recall anyone questioning his health upon their return. They sent Shane away, remember? He went with a bunch of the constable's men to Eliond because the party was going to stay in the ferry. Hey, Askendale. How's it going, brother? Because he's not. Yep, they let him leave. I'm doing great, Askendale. We just got a bunch of our friends over. They're visiting for the week, right? So we have Blake Steele, the adjudicator, who's visiting. Tomorrow, Yuria will show up. And we have another friend over. We have Uzu, who's staying over. So it's a very rambunctious house right now. I'm on episode 31 now, which is the week I joined the Discord. Nice. Big house? Absolutely big house. Seems like a lot of fun. Yeah, we're definitely very excited. Once Sizzle shows up, the whole gang will be here. And then it's pretty much we just do whatever. Party, hang out, watch movies, all that fun stuff. I believe this is more than enough sufficient time for our party to get ready. Let's go ahead. Let's transition. I have a question for the whole... Ooh, okay. Oh, is it Merla? Thank you very much for the 3 months. Prime Gaming. Jesus, I can't talk. Oh God, I need to get that out of my system now. Thank you very much for the 3 months with your Prime. I appreciate that. Now then, let's transition over. You will see behind me, as well as the map and the chat, you will see behind me a black void, an empty space, currently at least. However, as all of you talk and chat and communicate and sort of share your thoughts and opinions during the game, it'll be captured behind me in that void for perpetuity, or in perpetuity. There you shall remain for all future VOD watchers. So if you have anything to say to the people in the future from the past, now is the time to say it, and it shall be immortalized behind me. That's right. Hello, VOD watchers. You bunch of cuties. And eventually this will get uploaded to YouTube in some distant future. So I guess as well you could say hi to the YouTube people. But for now, let's go ahead. Let's get introduced to our players.
Had kind of shaved. And I looked like
Howdy.
Zord. Oh, howdy. Hi.
Oh dear.
How's it going, gang?
It goes.
It goes.
What's up, bro?
I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm ecstatic. I'm on the moon.
I bet you are. How's everybody else feeling this lovely Friday?
Really good.
TGIF.
I'm a little nervous.
What are you nervous
Why?
for?
Atlanta is a scary place.
Yes, it is. You have every right to be afraid. You should be afraid.
I am afraid. I fear it.
Well, if everybody's here enjoying their Friday and down to hang out, let's get into some D&D. How's that sound, folks?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, if
I
you've
don't
got
know
nothing
about
else
that.
to do.
I freed my skin.
Oh, that's fine. We can play Talisman or something
Genji
like that.
says no.
Yeah, I also just showed up to tell you that I wasn't gonna make it.
That's nice. That's cool.
Yeah, me and Russ
I
are
might need
going
you to
out,
find
gotta pick
somebody
some
to,
tulips.
play in your spot.
I ain't got nobody.
Oh, all right. Okay. Well, goodbye then.
Adios. Hasta luego.
so Alaric dies then. Alright,
That's
the
right.
red X up.
What?
Shame.
What did
Falls
you mean?
over on the table, dead instantly.
But I thought we could take breaks and stuff. You said we
Paralyzed
could.
with fear.
What the fuck?
Let's go ahead.
Fear.
Let's get introduced to everybody's character. We're going to go down the line. You're going to tell me who you are, what you're playing, and a little bit about your character. You're going to go after one another unprompted until we reach the very end. We're going to start with Yuria.
Oh, fuck. Hello. I am Yuria Zairi, daughter of Shademore and its heir, a land long away from the current lands of Tyros. I am the level 2 warlock and level 2 sorcerer of the group. And the forerunner, if that wasn't clear enough. Originally coming here to discover the lost history of my people, I have instead found questions of my own existence and questions to the thought processes and traditions of a country of men, but a foreign and alien country. Nevertheless, despite being out of my depth, admittedly, I have found a group of ragtag prisoners, previously nobles turned adventurers, to aid me in this quest to learn Tyros and survive it.
Greetings. I am Siluriel von Ashford, Lord of House Ashford, this Swinblades. I'm a level 4 Hail Fighter who finds beauty in every battle, and I would lay my life on the line for house and home. I endeavor to seek the truth of the hidden malicious rot that finds itself squirming through my family. I've decided that I will stop at nothing to find out why all of this has happened and how I can make a change.
Greetings. I'm Ashilda Ironhand, proud female mountain dwarf, and the wizard cleric of the group. Level 4. I find these people that I've come to travel with since leaving Barkins Deep have honestly kind of grown on me. All of them, really. And I'm curious to everything that is going on in regards to them. It really has piqued my interest. I have a few goals in mind, and they might actually help me with it. And I'm not used to that. I'm used to being on my own a wee bit, and I'm looking forward to just seeing if this is one of those, I guess I'd call it a friendship that lasts.
Hello, I am Morana Lamodia, level 4 Dampier Rogue, with strange powers in connection to the dead. I hail from the distant lands of Vinheim, on an outskirt in a town known as Malgrove. Malgrove stands as the last bulwark between the dragon sages of Vinheim and the terrors that lurk within the Grimwald, our eternal nemesis. After finding myself liberated from Hain Keep and traveling with these others, we've been beset by terrors left and right. But recently, older, more familiar terrors dog me within my own group.
I play Kellen Aldane. He is a level 4 ranger, human variant. And mostly the range support, occasional melee support, and or punching bag for rats. A member of the Grey Watch, following after his mother's footsteps in that regard. He, they're a group of mostly wilderness fighters who hunt down and destroy monstrosities and other threats like beastmen and morlings and things like that. He spends most of his time trying to make sure the party doesn't get lost and helps them find their way in the wilds.
I am Alaric Crevane, warrior prince of Karim, barbarian of the White Steppes, and half-elven scion of the local noble chapter that protects the island that I call home. The last day has been one of joy. From strangers I've made friends, and with drink and gladness from the recovery of the children, vows of friendship and favor were made. Most of those vows I forgot after waking up. Drank too much. Successfully finished with our mission, and successfully hungover. I look forward to see where fate will next lead us.
Thank you. Ashode, I believe that you were the last one to recount. Would you please pick somebody to recount?
Morana, please.
Right? Pick some notes. Through Alaric's deft labors, we were able to leave the facility, as Zardoks call it, and made our way to the road with the children successfully in tow. There, one of the constable's men had kept watch, was able to spot us from the road. He explained what happened, and he was relieved, apparently related to one of the children we carried. We walked all the way back to the city center of Aram's Ferry. And as we did, I don't know, it was strange. The once cold, uncaring, and even malicious stares softened, and the townspeople, it seemed as if some great burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and we the ones to do it. It was a strange feeling, I'll admit, but perhaps not an entirely unwelcome one. We proceeded further to the inn, to most everyone's surprise, and brought the children some much-needed rest so that their families could come and claim them whenever they heard the good news. Still, our bones ached for rest, some more than others, and in watches, some of us rested. Well deserved at that. But that would be short-lived, at least in my case. We woke up the next morning and the constable was there to greet us. And with some issues here and there more or less explained, the strangeness that we had found beneath Henry and Anne's home, as well as delivering the bad news about Anne herself. As reward, we earned ourselves commendation to Aram's Ferry, not just here, but across the way, whenever the ferry should avail itself to us once more. And not an unhealthy amount of gold, considering all we've been through. But unfortunately, some of us insisted on opening up wounds that had barely time to heal. I speak, of course, of Silverell, my condition, my curse, even, and my supposed untrustworthiness. I wasn't aware that I was to be made a book to read by all. I'm not sure what she wants. I've explained myself time and again, until finally I could take no more. I left, get some air, clear my head, stare into no one else's unjudging eyes for a short while. If I wanted to be reviled, hated, I would have headed home the first moment I was able to.
Thank you. With one of your party members having split apart and is outside currently enjoying the fresh morning air as the sun has begun to rise over the horizon and the ferry itself, you all find yourself in front of the hearth, that crackling flame behind you illuminating all of you. The money has been distributed. All of you should have about 20 gold after it's been properly split. This place is yours for perhaps another hour before the families are eventually fully awake and make their way over here to start aiding their children. What are you all doing?
Well, I believe we left off where Kellen was asked to speak on Marana's behalf, and if that is finished, I think he'll finally stand up. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm going to check on our comrade. And just before anyone thinks that I might be biased, if the roles were reversed, I would have still said as much good things as I possibly could have. I'll be outside.
Can't believe the party split again.
Right. How dare we?
You four left behind at the table. What are you doing?
Watching Kellen go in sort of in silence, she waits, suppressing a jab before turning to the others. You know, this wouldn't be such a problem if she just wasn't so terrible at lying in the first place. Sickly. Anyway, let's turn our attentions towards our next move. She eyes the others. Slight pause in her conversation, waiting to see if anyone else chips in.
Well, what do you all need help with? I'm here, and I'm willing.
A whole list of things, I suppose. What do you know about the terror of the Southlands?
Can I roll a history?
How long have you been here in the Ettenmoor?
She's been traveling for a bit, in and out and around, was her backstory. Looking for things on shards of Thorland and whatnot. So she's might have passed through once or twice. But, like, staying here, probably not.
I'm gonna say no.
Fair enough. I really don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, well, I guess it wouldn't be that easy. It is a local legend, a monster from different stories, I guess. We've been asked to hunt it and kill it. We'll probably need your help with that. I hope you're prepared for some legwork.
Take that and everything you said, but I'll let it slide.
That's so thoughtful of you.
But, I mean, I can help you with a wee bit of research, maybe try and connect some dots that you're not quite seeing under that mighty shiny helmet you like to wear all the time.
One fine brow lifts. Yes, well, whatever you can provide, I'm sure you will accept, supposing it is useful. Before then, however, there are steps. The most immediate being finding... what was it? She sort of tries to recollect some sort of weed. It feels like it was a month ago when he asked. Snakeweed, that's it. We originally came here with Shane to collect some, to create a potion. Do you know a potion called Mind's Eye?
That be an Arcana check that I might know.
Are you proficient in alchemy tools?
No.
Medicine kit?
Yes,
You are proficient with
should
a
have
medicine kit?
I should be.
You should be.
From the healer? From the cleric?
Let's see.
Is that
Double check.
I'm only seeing the masons and jewelers, so no.
Yes, this does not give you proficiency, so no. I'm afraid not.
Fair enough. That's a wee bit out of my alleyway. When it comes to things of stone and rock and jewels, I can help you with. And a wee bit of, well, of course, magic. And that
Just
of
a
the
wee bit.
faith. Just a little. Tiny bit.
Mhm.
Probably more than you. You know.
Right. Well, unfortunately, we're not mining. We're collecting herbs. So you don't know potions, and you don't know herbology, and you don't know monsters, but you know rocks
There,
and magic.
there are certain creatures I do know. How I was able to do what I did down there.
Do you know anything about phase spiders?
That, let's see, give me a second. Why don't you roll me an Arcana check?
Hey, that I definitely have.
Ooh, you're tempting the dice with that kind of statement.
I know I am.
Yeah.
Because there it is.
You've maybe heard like a story, maybe some fleeting passage in a book, when otherwise your attention was drawn to more interesting lore. Knowledge pertaining to a phase spider, however, nothing comes to mind. At least, not today.
I'm hearing a story about it, but I mean, that's while I was going over the history books and whatnot.
You were going over the books because of phase spiders.
No, I was going over the history books trying to find information on the shards.
Oh, right.
It's something I might have skimmed over. I mean, if you give me time, I might remember it a little bit later.
A little bit later. Well, think on it then. Let me know if something surfaces.
Putting a pause
Right.
there, Kellen and Marana.
Kellen steps outside and leans against the railing, looking out. Excuse me, and yawn. A bit stuffy in there.
Marana just kind of forces a sigh, but otherwise seems to just be sitting, arms folded, legs crossed in the chair, just sort of looking around.
And despite all of the melodrama, I think ultimately we've done pretty good here so far. Does it feel good, or...? Hmm.
I just don't know.
Frustrated, are we?
What gave you the first clue?
Well, I believe it started with, well, it probably started with the interrogation once while we were down in there. Having everything about you sort of weighed and measured. It's enough to put anyone's back up.
I'm very well aware of that, Kellen. It's constantly been used against me time and time again.
Not by everyone,
Since I existed.
surely. You must have had some friends, yes?
Friends would imply I got to talk to people outside of my family, of course. So now, you lot are the first friends I've had.
Yeah. I suppose we'll call it a work in progress.
Hmm.
But on the plus side, not everyone is interested in dissecting everything about you. You'll surely won a few of us over.
In so much as that I am useful.
Oh. I admit that you are definitely skilled in a few set of areas that I'm lacking. But that's not why I keep you around.
She kind of manually just huffs a bit,
He just
leaning back in her chair and just looking elsewhere.
he steps up and like sits or leans against like the rope railing with one foot on the edge of the table to kind of like half hammock himself there. Yeah, it is true. You're very useful, but you're also pretty good company.
That is apparently a thing for debate.
Well, that's the nice thing about people. You put two of them in a room together, and they're bound to disagree about something eventually. But you also find that a lot of these things are fleeting. At the end of the day, Silro might feel hurt that you weren't honest with her. Not that you didn't have your own good reasons to have to be. I think it's just that. It's hurt on her end, perhaps. And on your end is entirely justified as well. Why should you be judged when you've already proven yourself? It's not fair, is it? Sort of a quandary when you're both right in very similar but vastly different ways.
She kind of snorts at that.
Maybe
And
some.
then maybe she'll just have to get used to disappointment. Maybe she'll have to be used to hurting for once.
Maybe she will. That doesn't mean that you have to.
I hardly even notice anymore.
Well, perhaps that's your next task. A little bit of a challenge for yourself. Find the path of less pain. After all, you do have people here who already accept you. I won't out myself, but that's sort of a given, considering. And if nothing else, if you ever feel that you have nowhere to go, no one to turn to, I can easily find you a place. But I don't think we're quite that far yet. I think this is temporary at best.
She just seems to be mulling it over, taking it in. It's kind of obvious that she's not in a mood for speaking.
Just do me a favor.
Anything.
You don't need to coddle me or talk about me like I'm not there. If I wanted that treatment, I would charter my way back home, come hell or high waters. There I could have all the derisive sneering and back talk that I could ever want. So please, I'm not actually sick. I won't break. Not so easily.
Well, I guess it's a good thing that I'm not trying to coddle you, though I suppose I apologize if it gave off that impression. Alaric asked me to speak on your behalf to everyone else. Personally, I didn't feel that it was necessary, but people want me to sing everyone's virtues. I suppose I can do that much, at the least. I feel like I gave a pretty fair accounting of myself, but I have a proposal.
She raises a suspect brow.
If you remember very carefully, I'm adverse to proposals.
No, it's not that kind of proposal.
Hmm.
I'm going to move over here. He steps around her and turns the chair sideways so it's back against the wall. I'm going to sit here, and we're going to watch the sun come up. We don't have to say anything. Two friends just enjoying a good view. How about that?
Fine. I've had enough of words for one morning, anyway.
I don't blame you.
We'll put a pause there. Back to the party inside. What are you four doing?
Alaric slightly cranes his head to the left and then the right, bones snapping audibly into place each time.
I got you.
Wow.
Okay.
She's dead.
A kind of softness overtakes his expression after, like kind of delight from the brutish pleasure of stretching, and he looks at Ashilda and Juria with a gaining sort of impatience. I still haven't heard what we'll do. Are we going back to Elianstyr, or what do you think?
Yuria, unable to lean back in the bench, instead leans forward on her elbows, leaning sort of conspiratorially. I think, her voice lowers, I think it's time we take this Iron Duke matter head on, since it's clearly not going to avoid us. Indeed, it seems to be a more pressing matter to the Ettenmore than just Hain. I think it would be wise to collect the snakeweed for that tonic, originally for the Basilisk King, as if we're perhaps not fighting it, we might very well fight other things that can use its sort of powers.
How are we going to find it?
Well, we don't have Shane, but I'm sure Kellen can find it, or you. Certainly you know this neck of the woods.
Me?
You know. I mean, how much do you know about snakeweed?
Everything I know is a kind of instinct. I don't know how things are called. I haven't studied them. I'm not a horticulturalist.
Well, if I remember correctly, Shane mentioned there was a sort of clearing to the north of here that should have it.
Did he
Just find
describe
there.
it?
If he did, I can't remember the details. I think he just mentioned a clearing.
Perhaps, like the name, it resembles a snake?
You mean the weed?
Yes.
Probably. Kellen might know more. Or we can just ask around. I'm sure someone here. I can't imagine Shane's the only one who knows about snakeweed in Aram's Ferry.
What about asking the local witch, but she's gone? You know, this is quite the detour we'd be taking, and it all stands on Kellen's shoulders. Feels a bit unfair.
Fair? Who's counting fair?
I am. I just brought it up.
It's what's needed, or at least what we could use. And I can't imagine it's that much of a detour. It's only going to be more of a detour the further away we get from Aram's Ferry.
Alaric leans across the table, staging each of his elbows on it and looking at Juria with this suddenly long, stretching grin. And why couldn't we just simply go, get Shane, and get the weed when we come back?
It sounds like you have a plan on coming back.
We have to cross the ferry, Juria.
We do? For what purpose?
To head west. It is the only means, unless you mean to swim. I wouldn't stop you.
All right. Why are we heading west?
I suppose we'll decide then when we're back. Although taking here Silril to her father has been a kind of plan for me for a while now.
Excuse me. Sorrel kind of like has had her elbows up on the table this entire time with just like her hands laced, like resting right under her nose as she like just looks at the candle thinking, and it snaps her out of it.
He edges his expression to the right, viewing her over with mild surprise. What? Unless you mean to confront your father about what is said about his household through letters, we need to go there, to his actual keep. How else are we going to cross the mountains?
Letters?
Yes, letters.
What letters?
Should I say what he said in, like, a normal voice? So what Alaric said was that unless she means to confront her dad through letters, we need to, yes.
Yeah, never mind.
I don't know why I would confront him. Not now. What are you talking about,
So
Alec?
we're not going to cross the ferry?
I don't think we know what we're going to do yet. I laid out a plan. I think we should deal with the Iron Duke, or at the very least, make sure the right people in Elion know about him. This thing works through subterfuge. It would be ideal if we let the right people know to counter that.
All right, I agreed with that.
Alright.
Crossing the ferry was a later thing. I had hoped we'd head to Eliansir, we'd speak to the mayor of everything, and then we'd leave after. My point was we could come get the weed after we were done with all of that.
She licks her lips. We have a slight issue with crossing the ferry and wandering our merry way, and that's the very upset Kingsmen. Still waiting for their bounty.
Alec, roll me a history check. You would remember the conversation you just had with Constable Theodric Watt. The ferry's closed.
I knew that. I didn't need to roll a history check for that.
Just making sure.
That's why he said crossing was a later thing, as in when it was opened again.
Okay.
Several days, possibly weeks from now.
Do you remember what the weed was for?
No. Besides it being brought up about its utility against the basilisk, no.
Okay. As you were.
Hey man, that was a Kellen thing, alright?
What?
It was a party thing.
That
Continue.
was. Damn. History check for that real quick?
No.
No? Damn, alright, man. So hopefully arrive back to Eliansir, get Shane, if he made it. Haven't had word from him, but hopefully he did arrive and he wasn't hassled in some way.
So you don't plan on sticking around Elion's here and making sure these, their local issues are dealt with?
What?
What?
Are we not still dealing with the spider, the contracts?
You see Yuria tense at the mention of the contracts, and then sort of forces herself to relax. The contracts, amongst other things, the missing caravans, and the Duke himself, who clearly has something against this area. Not just us.
You're giving me a lot of perspective, but saying nothing.
That's because what I think we should do might depend on the reaction of the people in Elion when we tell them the truth.
We haven't completed a single contract. We haven't proven anything. We should go
We-
back.
We've completed a contract. I'm wearing one of their skins. Even if I wasn't there to witness it, I presume. Or at least, I wasn't conscious to witness it. And the basilisk technically has been taken care of, just not in perhaps a traditional sense.
I wouldn't say that it counts. Not for
Well,
proving ourselves, at least.
yes, well, if Renaud insists on not helping us because we didn't kill it the right way, then we can't go back and unkill it so we can kill it again.
It was never about help. Renaud has been helping us since the moment we entered his home. He housed you while you were stone. It was to prove to him that we could handle the terror. That was the point. Do you feel as though we've proven ourselves enough? More than capable?
Not after the basilisk, but after this? After what we did with Elm's Ferry? Probably yes.
I'm not sure if
And-
it is the same, but... Sure.
And even if we don't prove ourselves, even if perhaps it was insufficient, there are other ways I'm sure we could learn of the terror, other ways we could get what we want, other ways we could improve ourselves. The trinkets and items we found have seemed very useful, even if they are just the scrap of something greater. I'm sure there are other things in this land we could pry for our own uses.
I am confused. Why would you rather stumble about when we have already a man who's more than willing to help us, has information,
Because
and
the
we can
reason-
trust?
Because I'm not a monster hunter, Alric. Kevin's the monster hunter. Morana's the monster hunter. I'm not a monster hunter. What he's asking me to do... She pauses. Didn't go so well last time.
All right. As a group, we gave our word to kill this thing. And Renaud is our best option to condition ourselves into being able to accomplish that task.
Fine.
That is what I feel.
Very well. Then we should get the snakeweed. Now, since that is what we left to do. For him.
Assuming that snakeweed only grows around here, Cervelian steer. Fine. Let's get it then.
Fine.
Putting a pause there.
No! All right,
As the
fine.
sun has begun to sort of rise over the nearby buildings, illuminating the outside of the fairy wench in that brilliant sunlight. Both Marana and Kellen. Just how long are you going to stay outside, the two of you?
Morana's still feeling a bit hot under the collar after that whole exchange, but probably at least once the first of the families potentially begins to show up. At that point, it's probably time to get our things and leave.
It would probably be, you guys would probably have about an hour outside then. Just taking in the rising sun. Until eventually the Odwiri clan is the first to arrive. That gaggle of the entire family, young children, old, mother and father, all just sort of making their way in. Their rather boisterous laughs and excitement bringing, you would see that the mother is holding a change of clothes. And the father is holding some sort of like bucket and water and cleaning cloth. Just, again, very intent on just keeping their child clean, safe, and welcome. You both would be greeted by the myriad of children that follow alongside them. Cheers and laughter and waves before they eventually scurry into the inside of the wench and wave at the others sitting near the fireplace before quickly bounding up the steps.
We should probably go.
I'm tired
Like-
of the meal.
Before it gets too crowded.
Where would you like to go?
She kind of balefully looks back into the inn.
We should probably see what the others wish to do.
If you're ready.
You go first. I'll be behind you.
As you say, Lady Lemoria.
For you to say.
What's that?
Easy for you to say.
Well, I think we're going to have a good day today, no matter what anyone thinks. By the way, would you be able to show me a few of those interesting tricks of yours?
She looks confused.
You know, the hand talky thing. The Grey Watch has a very rudimentary set of hand signals, but nothing quite as intricate as I've seen you attempt.
No. This?
She makes just a few gestures.
Yes, that.
The hunters in Malgrove use it to silently communicate where, well, any sound might alert a predator. I mostly used it to talk to my cousin when I wasn't supposed to.
I mean, if you're amenable.
Perhaps, if we have a good day today.
Sometimes having a good day is just a choice. There's some other interesting things I think we could learn from each other. I mean, you are rather handy with that rapier. Maybe some exercise will help clear the mind.
Let's see what today holds then.
Well, let's be about it.
She gestures him forward.
Apparently need to zoom way the heck out. There we go. So what's on the agenda, friends?
As Kellen and Morana sweep in, Allery kind of stretches his hands to the sides, opening them wide. Glad that you're back. I think we were all waiting for you to show before we came up on a decision. Sit. He motions them to the benches.
Just as I got on the stool.
Once the two sit down, Alaric leans forward and does his best attempt at lowering his voice, which isn't very good. We were just discussing priorities. Get the snakeweed first, or go to Shane. But overall, I think as a group we have to discuss what is our greater goal. If that makes sense.
All right. What do we think our greater goal is?
Well, we have a very clear enemy, or at the very least, pursuer. I think dealing with that should be our top priority. Since it's obvious he isn't going to leave us alone anytime soon.
This mouth and its master.
Yes.
Well, I can't deny the threat of it. Not sure what. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do about it just now. We're still kind of on the back foot when it comes to that situation.
Maybe Duskbrand and his colleague would know more? I can't say I've heard of any stories about a duke of that nature. But maybe the symbols would look familiar to them.
Certainly worth a try. In fact, I think we should tell Duskbrand, Geralt, Guinevere, and Reynold. Those four seem to be the most knowledgeable. Reynold seems to be knowledgeable of, what did he call them? Aberrations. Duskbrand, of course, has his lore and his tower, and Geralt is in charge of Elions and is best suited to defend the village, or at least prepare it for whatever ideas they might have for it. Maybe something similar to what they had in store for Elm's Ferry.
Even if they could not defend the village, raising awareness is a good thing.
To the right
Putting
people.
Right, we not want to spread any kind of fear, I understand. Unrest is like a fire in a dry forest, at least here in Tyros. But that he would know is more than enough for me. That he'd know to put a name on the threat if it ever shows and darkens his doorstep.
Indeed. We know that they have had sightings of, if not the mouth, its lackey. If you remember, I believe, what was her name? The blacksmith? Yes, I think it was her. Said that her, either her father or uncle met a dark shadow on the way to Elion. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but, well. She sort of opens her palm. Oh, so far everything we've experienced has seemed unlikely, so.
Don't forget what the constable said. There's been sightings. Strange happenings. Figures in the dark, overlooking townships and things from hills, behind trees. At the corner of people's eyes, they've seen things spying from the dark. There is a pervading unknown around here, in the Southlands and perhaps even beyond. Things people cannot explain. And the Russians, they are smart. They know when something is wrong. I think the people in their hearts may well know that something is not right. So perhaps when we come to Geralt and we tell him and we look him in the eye, and he believes us, it won't come as much of a surprise as we believe. It might just be exactly what he expected.
I can't deny that giving warnings to certain individuals wouldn't be a bad idea. Gerald, for one, and his lady wife. Perhaps even a constable here might be worthy of such a reaching trust.
It's going to be awkward.
Indeed. Plus, we'd probably sound like madmen,
Especially because we haven't told them right away.
especially because we don't really have any proof.
Yuri gives Kellan a very dry look. Consider the story I have already given him. If he was an untrusting sort of person, he would not have believed us so far. Assuming he does believe us, of course.
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at, is that from an outside perspective, it almost seems a little far-fetched. Not that I'm saying we shouldn't try.
I do not believe the man to be distrustful, but I do not think he being his position without a healthy little bit of skepticism and wariness.
I think he'll just be skeptical, yes. But we can deliver the warning regardless, and hope that it plays in our favor.
And hopefully he'll not bring it up to your face, circumspecting the news, saying, "Why haven't you told me just yet?"
If we tell him, I will do so.
Perhaps coming from you, it might carry a bit more weight.
Hilda would just have a confused look on her face. I think I'll understand eventually.
Yuri side eyes as Shilde. Maybe if you're smart enough.
That gaze narrows and her head slowly turns, looking at Yuria. Well, I require the information. I mean, if you're willing to share it, I'm willing to hear it.
Yuri's head fully turns and she stares down at Shilde, contemplating quite clearly what she should say.
So, that's it then. We try and locate Snakeweed. We tell the constable of our pursuer, and then head back to Eliance.
We do also need to confirm the kill of the basilisk. I know that we're not necessarily eager to go back into that pit, but Reynold has no real reason to believe us.
Perhaps going with the Mind's Eye potion, if there's any of its brood left that have the same abilities.
Maybe.
Ian? Sorry.
Yes.
That's okay.
I thought we all had that symbol fade away when we made the deal with Oberon.
Yes.
Am I
The symbol
remembering it
faded.
wrong? Okay. I just wanted to reiterate for myself in case I choose to speak up. Sorry.
How could you?
Right.
But yes, if any of its brood possesses its unique powers. We might want to have that potion in hand.
Well, none of its other broodlings that we came across seem to have that sort of ability, but I can understand why we'd want to be cautious.
I also agree. I would like to see if there is some kind of corpse. Or any sort of. Well, I suppose I wouldn't call it a hoard. Any kind of storage it may have of things it took.
Useful treasures. Never know what
We-
might be useful.
We can confirm the kill from Reynolds. He has a contract on it. Presumably, it knows if the thing's dead. The contract on the back of our hand, that symbol faded away.
Well, wouldn't it be better to verify that there are no broodlings left? Remember, it did mention several children. And what good is taking out its father if their little broodlings are left to fester everything?
Quite a bit. The father was the danger, the one that was growing out of control. The broodlings can be easily dispatched, probably by, well, more simple folk.
Would you really gamble that?
Yuria considers. Yes?
Well, I would tend to lean here with Yuria. We're not here to set right all the world's wrongs. If it is dead, it is dead. Why go about chasing its children? Might just be they will just become part of the ecosystem, no? Balance restored, in a way.
I don't really know what kind of balance a basilisk brings to anything.
Be surprised.
Are we just trying to avoid danger at this point?
Danger will find us in everywhere we go.
Exactly.
It is Tyros.
At the same time, if there's anything left, any interesting materials that might be brought back and put to our use, and if we just happen to cull a future threat in the process, well, in the end, I believe all of us, if not, well, most of us, more or less want the same thing. We want to protect the people of Tyros from threats. A bunch of basilisks growing up to full size, multiplying and continuing to do so is, well, a threat.
But there are other hunting groups. Other coordinated peoples that could come and hunt them down as is necessary.
Do you know
We
it?
banded originally to slay the biggest one, no?
Yes,
And that is done.
We should still do that. It just feels like leaving a job half done.
Was that our goal? Kill the Basilisk King and then go about eradicating all of its offsprings?
Well, I don't see what harm it could bring. If they're little baby basilisks, it's probably not going to be that much of a problem.
2 little baby basilisks nearly killed Yuria.
Oh, those were
Nearly
not
killed me.
babies. Those were not babies in the slightest.
Right, but we will not find real babies. We'll find just like those.
I'm going to go get a coffee. She gets up quickly from the conversation and sort of wanders down towards the bar.
Silveril, stands and, whisks her way around the table and, decides to lean on the edge here instead. Stretching out her legs and stuff.
So, I am all for confirming the kill, but I don't want to chase basilisks around.
Well,
Seems like asking for trouble.
we know roughly where their lair is. It shouldn't be too hard to find. There isn't likely going to be a lot of chasing.
There's a grimace on Alaric's face. He works his jaw, just pondering how useful this would be to the group. And given that it is a group choice, he looks around, taking people's opinions, at least through their expression or anything they would give away.
Almost as if feeling the leering, you would see the old man sort of lean back some. What?
Oh, there you are. Could I get another coffee? It's looking to be a long day.
Roll me a persuasion roll.
That's the thing I roll high on.
The important things in life, Yuria. Come on.
Oh, you're right. I need my Duncan.
Wanders back. In a moment.
You're a saint.
About a couple moments later, Mr. Pearson would return and sort of waits for you to extend your cup out, then very begrudgingly fills it to the brim and just sets the pot down for you to take and just makes his way into the back.
Too kind, innkeep. I remembered his name, I promise, Smile.
What is it? What's his first name?
I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm a noble. You see one, you see 100, am I right?
You've seen two. You've seen two whole innkeeps.
And boy, the impression they've left.
All right.
Two vastly different situations.
Sure, yep. I've seen the whole spectrum, really.
All right, party.
Then keeps about ready to slam somebody in the wall, saying, "Say my name."
Well, back to what Alric had asked the group, right?
Role play amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Well, for myself, the valley being down were inoperable, and our time spent away not hearing from Shane. If we can make our way to Elion as swift as possible, as to not have Geralt send another friend after
Is
us.
it
She looks to Yuria, who was about to talk.
Oh, she interjected when you paused with the lizard.
She didn't say lizard.
You said before, it was like before Geralt sends another pause, and then Yuri would have interjected with lizard.
Another friend after
Is it-
us. I'm not keen to return to this lair. We lost someone at behest of this deal. I am not keen to take his word upon it. Oberon.
You want to go
But
then?
I would prefer to head back to Elions. But I will go where I am needed, should you so choose to go there. I just do not want to return there with another stone.
She'd look at Yuria.
Yuria you see her sort of pointedly take a sip of her coffee, trying to hide how pale her face is at the mention of that. After she swallows and sort of steadies herself, I think we can all agree that Eliond is a priority. At least we've gotten that far. I guess the question is, before we go, do we want to gather snakeweed for Reynold, or just head directly to Eliond? Personally, I think it would be wise to take the time to collect snakeweed. If nothing else, then to just prove our reliability to Reynold. We've made a lot of promises in Eliond and used a lot of grace there.
I agree. We should get this snakeweed before going back. Reynolds was kind enough to put up Shane and his horses. We should return in kind.
Made us the items as well. All that equipment, information.
Oh, very well.
Then it's settled. Snakeweed, Eliond. Conveniently, the snakeweed will also give us some time to check in on Aram's Ferry before our return. Make sure what we did stays permanent. Perhaps see the other families coming in. If you wish.
There's also a pack of maulings running around that area. Maybe we can at least do that. Work on securing Ilion's Tear, who's been so good to us, from the possibility of such an attack.
Pack of maulings?
Yes, the ones that we found trace of on the way to Elion's Tear.
Oh, right, yes, of course. Funny, nobody's mentioned seeing what you call these maulings.
What, are you denying their existence now?
Well, no, we've clearly seen them. We've fought them. It's just odd that you've seen tracks of what is supposedly maulings, but no one else has.
You saw the tracks. I showed them to everybody.
I saw them.
Yes, I saw the tracks, but I don't know what mauling tracks look like.
They look like what I showed you.
Are you calling us liars, Yuria?
No.
Then what is your point?
I'm merely pointing out. Defensive today, aren't we? I'm pointing out that simply that no one seems to have spotted what we claim to have seen.
How many people would come from the south? From the coastline as we were?
I don't know.
Very few. In fact, remember, the woods were nearly empty. Of course no one has spotted them. Not even merchants are coming this way anymore. We were the first to notice. That much was made plain to us.
Fair enough. Well, then yes, I suppose we'll keep an eye out for maulings as well.
And just to give you a little bit of mauling knowledge in general, they're not really keen on making themselves known. At least not directly. It starts with little things, missing cattle. Maybe somebody disappears from an outlying farm at some point. But then when they've worked up their bloodlust and their fury and their resolve, as they're not necessarily the bravest of creatures, but in numbers, they overcome that.
You mean like the missing sheep in Elion?
That would be a sign, though we did manage to resolve that one. Whether the Kingsmen did it for us.
Mm-hmm.
But if there's even a possibility that a Fist of Maulings is out there, then we are in a good position to deal with them before they become a threat.
If we would really like to know where they are, we could speak to Olwen. Revisit his domain. Perhaps he can tell us.
I would like that. I have not had a response from him in some time. Not even does he enjoy the shadows anymore.
Maybe this witch of the woods might know a thing or two.
If I understand correctly, the witch will come to us.
Correct. Seems a
Oh,
bit
okay.
presumptuous that we would even find her, Kellen.
We wouldn't know unless we tried.
You want to go about gallivanting in the woods? Prodding and turning every rock and branch, hoping we find her?
Seemed like it worked pretty well for us last time.
We have far too many things to do to be hoping for that.
We have so many things to do, and yet we seem to be doing the bare minimum. But I see your point.
One thing at a time, Kellen. Besides, I want to do to add more things to the pile, like you are suggesting.
Well, you all want to go back to Elion, so I'm simply suggesting that while we are there, we do things that might be vital.
It appears to me that you're trying to accomplish one task, but in doing so, you're just getting more and more tasks upon it.
Yes.
You need to do the ones that will lead to the success of that task, and not take on any additional, even if you think it might be right. Finish one thing at a time.
Well, I mean, doing that is how we ended up here and finding you, so you can't entirely complain about the outcome.
Yeah.
We've already decided what we're going to do. Anything else really is just conjecture. We'll get the snakeweed, we'll go to Alien Steer. And really, we're just taking this chance to speak. Look at us, sitting down, in peace. Nothing looming over our heads. We've had
Yuri-
quite a great accomplishment recently.
Yuri snorts when you say peace.
I know, a kind of peace. A Terosian peace. Welcome to Tyros, Yuria.
What a place.
Gross.
Terosian.
So it sounds like the plan, at least from what I've understood, is to gather snakeweed and then return to Elion.
That's right.
That's what I've gathered.
Yeah,
Reynold
the rest was
demands his
just speculation, really.
Is there anything else the party would like to discuss before you start groping around in the forest, attempting to find snakeweed?
Such a narrow and dismal purview of what we're going to do. We're going to grope around and ask around Aram's Ferry. Silly man. God. I'll finish my coffee.
My coffee.
Does anyone want to visit the children before we leave one final time?
I'm all right for now.
She looks around.
I've had my my fill of children for now, I'd say.
I'm content. Just letting them be loved by their parents.
Very good. So that leads us into the next question. Who do we ask to find snakeweed?
Well,
My obvious suggestion is the constable.
yes. We have to. We still have to tell him about, you know.
Although, she gives a thoughtful look. Henry might know. If the constable doesn't.
Perhaps if Anne was a practitioner of the old magics, she might have known something about herbs as well. Maybe he picked up on some of that.
My thoughts as well.
Well, Alaric suddenly stands up and he brings like his two big hands together in one sort of finalizing clasp. We're set. If anybody else has anything else to do, do it now. We should get moving.
No, I think I'm ready. Yuria moves and places her cup on the bar counter. My compliments to the chef, she says with a wry smile.
All you hear is grumbling from the kitchen and some clattering of dishes.
Yuria snorts. The common folk.
You're
All right.
quite common folk yourself here.
And that's what's wrong with Tyros.
That he does not recognize your authority from across the sea.
That and amongst other things, yes.
Very small thing compared to those other things.
But a thing nonetheless.
Another to the list.
Yuria slips on her helmet and starts to move.
Get up and follow her out.
Do we know where the constable is?
We know where he worked.
I about to say, you know where he works.
Okay. Calm
Unless we
down.
forgot. I say, about to guess wrong where he lives.
Please guess wrong. Please do it.
He's right there. I point at Shane's house.
That's where he lives. That one.
I would know. I'm a noble.
Let's change up the music. Stepping out into the brilliant morning here in the Aram's Ferry, you would see that there is some livelihood, some action already happening here within the ferry's town square. You would see some individuals, or at least sort of gathered around, sort of near the docks and near where the ferry usually docked, but just appear to be setting up supplies and getting numerous things ready. Aside from some of the idle militiamen that are patrolling the streets, some people do pass and give you waves and nods. Where are you going, party?
Well, the constable, of course, DM.
Yes.
Where is it? Point to
Well,
me
that's
where the
simple,
constabulary
DM.
is.
You see, DM. It's quite
I've
clear.
pointed it out every single time. So
Well,
please point to me where the
so-
constabulary is.
When they leave, Silver would suggest, like 2 birds, 1 stone kind of thing, and say, Bobs, you can go. Do you look for Henry? You look. And I will find the constable. I was the one wrong in this scenario. I would like to right it.
I'll come with you.
Well, hold on. We don't know where Henry is. Last I saw, he was with the constable.
I thought they sent him away.
I didn't think so. He didn't seem healthy enough for that sort of thing. Certainly not to his home, since he doesn't have one anymore. Maybe a family might have picked him up, but we'd have to ask the constable anyway.
Okay.
If you wish to take lead on confronting the constable, I won't stop you. But I think
I
we'll all
just
have
don't
to go
want to waste any more time.
Admirable. Lead the way then, Ward.
She's like saying she wants you guys to go find answer for snakeweed, and she's going to go talk to the constable.
I think Jury is saying that Henry might be in jail just where the constable is. So
Right.
we might have to go to the same place.
Henry being the one we want to ask about snakeweed, more than likely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, DM, clearly the constable's home is right here.
No.
Fuck.
You motherfucker.
What do you mean?
The constabulary is here.
Oh my
knew
god,
that.
isn't that
Holy
the
shit, I knew
same
that.
house? Isn't that those
It's
the same-
not. It's 3 buildings
They're-
next to each other.
Oh my god.
You
it's,
motherfucker.
It's the same house.
I take
okay?
notes.
It's the same house. What do you want me to say in my notes about where the constable is? You want me to take a
Take a
snapshot of the
screenshot.
map? I'm not
Yes.
taking a screenshot.
Take
I
it into
refuse.
paint
It's
and
beneath
circle it
me.
in red.
Yeah.
Committed to forever memory. There with your childhood.
There, you fucker. I fucking destroy the fucking constable's house, so that this one has to be his new home.
You evict the cocksucker.
Approaching the constabulary and sort of making your way inside. You're not barred or stopped in any way. You would see one of the militiamen, one whom is loyal to the constable, and you would of course see Theodric Watt, the constable here in Aram's Ferry, who's currently in the process of handling some of this early morning paperwork. And you would note, rather correctly in your assumption, that Henry, the older gentleman, is here, as he has no home to return to. And as such, the constable has been allowing him to more or less stay in one of the open cells and sort of afforded him some more comfort, such as bringing in an actual bed and some privacy for him. Both of them are up early in the morning.
How's Henry looking as opposed to last time?
There's still that haggardness. The stress of everything has definitely sort of cemented that age in his face, the streaks of white throughout his hair. But he just appears to be sort of very delicately cleaning off a very worn book by the looks of it. Just sort of going through page by page and very gently sort of brushing out any dirt or debris that had been caught in it. Probably one of the few things he was able to salvage from the house.
Sorry, what did he have that was left over?
A book.
A book. Time to steal it. Uh-oh, who's talking first?
Nobody, apparently.
No, but did we just stand there and stare? Oh, we're all introverts. Fuck.
I mean, Alex is waiting for the about speaker to speak.
I feel that being the newer one in the party gives everyone a look, kind of waiting for everyone to talk. Right, not everyone at once now.
Hearing the talking from the doorway, the constable looks up for a moment, brow raised. Oh, I figured you had been resting after our conversation. I hope you're not here for more gold. I'm afraid I don't have much more to offer.
No. So, if you did. She kind of cranes her head with a joking manner.
He very faint smile. What can I help you with?
We had come to speak on some things before we had to leave, as well as she would look to Yuria. Perhaps ask Henry some information, if he knew.
He glances over his shoulder to Henry, who sort of pauses and lifts his head up to look at all of you and gives a small nod.
Sort of taking Silver's look as a signal, Yuria would approach Henry, leaving Silver to talk with the constable. Henry, how are you?
Jeez.
I'm well enough. I managed to sleep last night.
I did not.
My condolences.
Appreciate it. The coffee helps. It looks like you could use some.
Though I never drank any.
It's good.
I'm sure it
After a
is.
while.
What can I help you with?
Well, Henry, before we met you, we originally came to Elm's Ferry looking for a particular weed. Snakeweed. Do you know of it? Where we might find some?
I used to go with Anne to gather local herbs. Snakeweed was one of them. I don't imagine any of you have a cold.
No, I don't think so.
Coughing?
I'm sorry?
Coughing. Coughing fits.
No.
Dizziness?
It's not for us.
Again, not me. Well, it is for us, but it's for something else.
Oh.
Do you know what Mind's Eye Tonic is?
He gives a very wary shake of his head.
one of the ingredients is snakeweed. So I understand.
There's a small creek about a mile north. A little offshoot from the ferry. It's where it likes to grow in bushels.
So, if we follow the river north, we should be able to find this creek.
We always just knew the path through the forest. I assume so. It's a small creek. It's not that large. You might very well miss it traveling that far north.
How far north is this?
The small creek from the town square, about a mile north.
It's not too bad.
Bad when your legs don't function the way they should.
Yes, of course. Apologies.
I jest, of course. Is there anything else?
No, we just mean to follow this path so we can collect some.
You'll have to be very delicate. The buds of the flowers are located along the stem. You'll want to make sure that you're very precise and take it at the root, but not too harsh. You could destroy the stem and cause the rest of it to wilt.
Right. Pick from the root. Don't damage the stem. Keep the buds intact.
Seems simple enough.
Henry, did you know Shane by any chance?
I
The
didn't
stable hand.
know him personally, no, but a pleasant boy.
Do you know if anyone who might have wanted to steal from him?
The ferry had a number of issues. Being that you could travel to either side, it attracted all manner of ne'er-do-wells and criminals, at least for a time. And I imagine after a while nobody came around, so I don't remember him having any enemies, but we also didn't leave our house that much.
I see. Yes, that would make sense. Sorry, something just occurred to me. Thinking on Shane, she turns to the constable, sort of approaching him. How long has the ferry been closed by the mayor?
The formal letter arrived just the other day while you were still down in that pit.
Oh, all right. Well, never mind. That proves my worry false.
He raises a brow. Very thoughtful look.
If the ferry was closed before Shane's, well, what happened to his home, it would have narrowed the culprit to someone within this village, I would imagine. But since that is not the case, she shrugs. I just don't see how it. I don't see how it works with what happened in, well, with the children. Bad luck, I guess.
Taking a moment, sort of setting aside his paperwork, he would look to Silverell, who I imagine is trying to speak to him in confidence. He sort of laces his fingers together, gestures for the seat across from him at the table.
She would sit down. Is there like a fireplace in here?
Not where you guys are sitting, no. The hearth is a little bit further back in the building.
She would sit down and situate her armor. I hope that things are going well with finding the families of the children.
It's only been a day. We'll still have to wait for responses. A lot of our couriers are on foot. I've had to prepare small vessels to get them across.
I hope a speedy response time.
He gives a subtle cant of his head, a brow raised. As do I. What's the matter?
We had conversed about what we would do next, where our duty would travel us, and what we would be doing. Seems that we are to set back to Alliance, check on the situations there, and complete some tasks we had originally promised to do. And hopefully in the return we will come back here but there is fun talking the rest of my companions and comrades. I had originally asked them not to disclose something, as I feared that the information given forth would cause a panic, that it would upset the calm that your city is so very overdue to have. But in doing so and making the decision to keep such information from you, I have done exactly the same as the rest of my family. And I have controlled what is not mine to control. And that is your safety. I am not to control it. I am to aid it and protect it. And she would look to Yuria. So I apologize. Yuria had asked me to my opinion on the information itself. And at the time, I was wrong. Seeing those children and those families come to them, I was blinded. I wanted the best, the fairy tale, you could say. That we would just go away and take care of it under the guise and not have the lot of you any wiser. For that I apologize. It is not as simple as we had both forward in our last conversation. There is indeed a great threat. And I had thought that it would be smarter to gather more information, but seeing our past before us, I do not want to leave Elm's Ferry unknowing if we are not able to make it back in time. Please know it was my intention to inform you later when we had more information.
He brings a palm up, this sort of pausing gesture.
She's just word vomiting as this is the first time she's ever had to do something like this. She's just...
I've never apologized before. I've never been...
Your Highness,
apologized before. She's just never been political. She's always been the trophy.
I appreciate this kindness you're offering me, but you're talking in circles. If you would simply tell me what you're apologizing for, I could then forgive it.
Well, tell him, Cyril.
Tell him what?
About the
Tell him
Duke.
what?
That's
What
a
do you
good
mean?
idea!
That's
What?
what she said! That's what she said!
I actually have no idea what the fuck you're apologizing for. I'm trying to...
She's apologizing for it. She literally said it. She said
Yeah.
she said she's sorry for telling Yuria to lie to him.
You didn't say what the lie was.
That we hadn't. She did. She said we didn't disclose enough information about the Duke. Am I in a fever dream? Did I not say that?
You didn't.
Not even once.
Not a single time. You kept repeating that you were sorry and you're apologizing and never once explained what you're apologizing for.
No. I don't believe you.
That's why he
What
was
the
like,
fuck?
that's why he was like, stop. What the fuck are you saying?
That's literally what she said.
You didn't say it though.
Lordy.
Hey. It was earnest, you know.
Sign of the times.
What does that mean?
Don't even know.
So did you guys even tell him about the Iron Duke?
No.
Nope.
Yes,
Oh.
Yuria did.
We did.
Yes.
We mentioned the mouth of the Iron Duke.
I thought you meant at the table when we were talking to him.
Yes, she
Yeah.
did. She just
We-
made up a lie that the Morlings shit happened.
Yeah, the lie
Right,
was
but We didn't share the connectedness of everything.
No, because we just mentioned that there is the mouth of the Iron Duke, presumably, obviously, meaning that there is an Iron Duke. We did not go into details of, like, the Duke's connection with certain political parties.
What happened in Haynes Keep,
Right.
what it all could potentially signify for the region, things like that.
Yes.
Leaning forward, he again sort of laces his fingers together. This Iron Duke. Who are they?
Who's in this room, by the way? Besides the constable and us? And I
Henry,
presume, yeah.
the constable, and Christian McNeil, who is the father of Rufus.
Ah. Despite her offer to Cyril to sort of lay out the confession, Yuria clears her throats and interjects. Constable, your people should be, how do I put this? You do what you can for the safety and well-being of your people, yes?
Of course.
Sometimes that means you keep things that might cause a panic private.
His
Gee.
brows sort of darken for a moment. Yes.
This should be a conversation for us and you alone. It's your job to know and then decide who is trustworthy to be told. She side glances Rufus. No offense.
Christian, take Henry here and get him some breakfast over at the winch. Christian nods.
The coffee's very good.
Walking over and assisting Henry to his feet, they both begin to shuffle and make their way out of the constabulary.
The coffee and only the coffee.
I would ask that you speak plainly.
With the stage set, Iria looks to Cyril. Mama? Mama?
Sorry, they're fair.
Wait, what?
A thing.
Okay.
I have dogs that are barking at my guests in the house. Oh, sorry. I'm apologize. I have to mute every time they go wild.
Soon I will be attacked by rabid dog.
Yes, me.
Also that.
Oh.
Cyril kind of like rubs her hands up and down her face. Like the fingers laced together, push up and then down as she just drags down her lips to the point of her chin. There was... I am not completely understanding of it. As at first I thought it would just go away. This Iron Duke. Had shown interest in craning for us to join him. For some reason or another. And in doing this, he had overcome Samuel Hain. When we first spoke, the thought of your fear of magic and my own for knowing. Samuel Hain had become corrupted somehow by this Iron Duke, wistfulling him around like a puppet. The reason we were in Hain's Keep still eluded to me, but I have surmised that this Duke somehow got us all sent there. And we were not guests.
One by one, he slowly looks to every person except for Shilde. To Alaric, to Kellen, to Marana, to Yuria, and Silverdo. Then he grows incredibly quiet.
We were taken prisoner there. Still, it eludes me why. But we were held in the black cells. Put through every task that a prisoner would be.
DM, how's the constable looking right about now?
Roll me an
How's his-
insight check.
I'd like to roll an insight check.
He's looking like, why did I just send away the one person who could have helped me?
How close? What weapons does he have on him?
His long sword and short sword,
How
currently
likely does it seem
sheathed
like he's
within their
about to
scabbards.
use it?
He has made no gestures towards it. His fingers are interlaced, palm or like hands resting upon the table.
Silver would continue. At the time I had simply accepted it. Some kind of punishment for my father. And she would say her father's name, which is eluding my brain.
Check your notes.
Brother, they're very long. I want it.
I know his name.
What's his name?
The white flame dancing on the barrows of his enemies.
Your father is High Lord Victor von Ashford.
You. She would say. My father It's like she starts to just say his name. and then she goes, Hi, Lord Victor von Ashford. I have not been in contact with him as to why I was there, as I do not know. But there was something very wrong with Samuel Lane. He had been suffering.
He brings a hand up.
He is still a lord.
Silril just kind of, there's this sadness that sweeps across her face.
Though he is not here, I would ask that you refer to him by his well-deserved title.
Bane is dead. His title has passed on. Or will, I should hope.
His lips slowly purse together. His eyes briefly glancing towards Alaric.
Principal, we have on our hands a conspiracy. We do not know all ends, but he would stop and look towards Silurel.
She's just sighed and her hands are like over her face again as she's rubbing at her forehead.
He allows a moment's pause, just half expecting her to interject. Perhaps some kind of disagreement before he just looks back to the constable. Right. There's a kind of conspiracy afoot. At the time, we all believed that we had come to Hain as a sort of curious happening. An opportunity that he seized. A hope to ransom us in the future. You know, usual nobility things. But the longer we stayed there, the longer it became clear to all of us here, and he makes a point to wave to everyone except Ashilda, that there was something more to it, to his machinations. And it became even more readily apparent when this mouth of the Duke happened upon us at the bridge of his keep as we were just leaving, as he had just been felled. We still don't know what it is. We don't know why. We certainly can only guess.
You can see his jaw slowly working. That grinding motion forward and back. He's trying very, very hard to keep his composure.
The skeptic in me believes that this was simply a move against Siluriel's father. A move against my grandfather.
Stop.
He furrows his brows.
There was a lot being spoken right now. And I would ask you this, and I pray that you have it.
A finger touches the table.
Proof.
Of Hain's death? Of the Duke's existence?
Anything to corroborate what you are saying. Letters of Lord Hain to this Duke, of anything.
Do we still have the letter? No, we gave Rayner's letter to Rayner, didn't we?
Constable, you're a straightforward man. But this is a plot. They wouldn't so easily leave proof behind. How else could you corroborate everything that has happened, however? What else would make sense? We come from two different worlds, but in mine, when people act in such underhanded manner, it is with the means of conspiracy.
Lord Hain is an honorable man.
You are.
Was.
You can see his fist tighten, this white knuckle as his hand sort of pops.
He is survived by his son. To rebuild that name.
This growing fury in him, Alaric matches, and he reaches forward and sets both of his palms audibly on the table, looking at him hard. He was taken over. He wasn't himself. Something happened. Some kind of spirit or evil magic seized his thoughts, his mind, made him act in a way that wasn't himself.
He was gone.
Tell him, Yuria. Tell him what you saw, what you felt when you were in his mind.
Show him.
Yuria looks to the others.
He brings his hands up. Stop! I allowed that little show to see what lied beneath things I couldn't understand. But to use magic as your proof? Nothing else?
Silverl moves her hands in a way of like, where she's like, see?
You look well dressed for prisoners. Well armed.
This is not the first town we visit. Why are you being obstinate? You did not dislike the magical proof we gave you before. Why be so pig-headed now?
You're talking about having killed a lord. Prisoners in his keep. And you say in some way it's related to this shadow. Yet you have no proof. Aside from magic.
What do you want from us, man? A signed letter? Forgive me if they didn't give us that. At least take some solace in knowing that the peerage judged the peerage. It was among nobility that the matter was solved. You think I'd swing my hammer at Hain so easily? That I would not consider my options, that all of us wouldn't?
DM, did anyone say that we had killed him before he said that?
I think it was very heavily alluded to.
Okay, just wondering.
Yeah, I don't think anybody said it. He is making an assumption, and nobody denied it.
I mean, when Alaric said Hain is dead, I would guess that means I killed him. You know what I mean? Like, that's essentially what he's saying.
Daldric slowly pushes himself up. That creak of the chair as he reaches back, stepping to the side and pushing it forward.
Daldric.
He turns, begins making his way to a separate desk, and he pulls open one of the drawers, produces a piece of parchment, and you would watch as he wets a quill
and begins scrawling across it.
Theodic.
He doesn't immediately answer, ignoring you more than likely, for now.
There was a man imprisoned with us. A cinder spear. Also wrongfully imprisoned.
He pauses.
She takes out the alacrity stone. This was given to me by him. A sign of good faith.
And where is he now?
Looking for my brother, who is lost.
He continues writing.
There is also his son, Kinsley, who inherits what is left of Haynes Keep.
He is not yet his son. For he is bastard. But we hope to change that.
I granted him his name. Lest you forget.
You did so in good faith, Siluril, but only the king can grant such things.
Is Yuria like right up on the constable, or is she kind of hanging back?
She'd be sort of looming around his first desk.
Kellen will kind of back up next to her and like kind of turn around so it's like he's facing the door, but he'll speak very quietly. Perhaps it's time we just chalk this up to a misunderstanding and leave it be for now.
You whispering that to Yuria?
Yes.
She quirks her brow at him, although hidden under the mask. We're in it now, Kellen. There's no backing out of it.
Well, just explain that we have no proof. He has no reason to believe us. We'll leave it alone for now, and when we have proof, we'll return or send word. Why keep badgering the man? He's too skeptical to believe us right now.
Kellen, do you honestly believe he'll let us go?
I don't believe he has much of a choice.
You would.
You can't go back on giving us the commendation now without looking like a complete fool.
When she pulled out the alacrity stone, would I be able to see if there's anything I can do with it to reach this man they're talking about?
Do you have sending?
No, I only have message.
Pretty sure message has a range.
Yeah.
It do.
Yeah, message is 120 feet. If the Arcanists were perhaps in town square, then maybe.
That does bring up a good point. DM, sort of focusing on the alacrity stone, are there any properties to this thing that's having been in possession for it for a while besides the +1 initiative?
Nothing else that's been unlocked, I'm afraid. Dusting the sort of top of the letter for a moment, and then blowing the dust off, satisfied with the letter, you would watch as he rolls it up, taking taking out a small sort of stamper and beginning to heat up some wax.
I cast detect thoughts.
Sure.
Not to bury into his mind, but to get the
Like the surface reading?
Right, the surface thoughts.
I believe there's a DC at the start and the end, right?
No,
Only if she's probing deeper.
Okay.
correct.
Surface thoughts, confusion, uncertainty, mistrust, but more of a thoughtful, like, did he put his faith in the wrong people? It's a lot of confusion circulating within the constable's head currently. And seeking answers. He would eventually pour a small little pool over the edge of the letter, press it closed, and then, lifting it up, begin to make his way towards the door.
Theodric, have we given you any reason to distrust us?
He stops, looking back, and with this very feigned calmness, he would give a bow, a sort of half bow. No, Your Highness. But I have other matters to attend to. He would open the door and bark out a command.
Anybody else?
If you got proof, I got no proof.
Word. Like he's leaving the room.
Now he's here. He's opened the door and he is yelling out to the street to get one of his militiamen.
Theodric, you seem confused.
He pauses for a moment, then looks back over his shoulder.
Who do you think's going to give you the answers you want?
Her father.
And I could want.
And she kind of just like
He looks back.
seems defeated.
He looks back to the door of which one of the militiamen rushes up. Take one of the boats and get this across. Send it to the capital. He gives a very perplexed look.
There was another with him.
Oh, all right.
The militiaman, sort of taking one end of the letter, pauses, realizing that Theodric hasn't let it go yet, as he looks back over his shoulder.
Do you know the name Torsten?
Hillerl visibly. Ugh.
He furrows his brow. No? Should I?
You should. He's come over to this side. Former lord on the fringes of Rofield.
He
Recently,
visibly sneers and then contains it for a moment.
He was there in Haynes King as well.
He saw Haynes' death? This...
No. But Haynes
his shoulders
bargaining.
sort of drop for a moment again.
No. Only... The only ones who saw Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Raynor there as well?
Yeah, Raynor fought with you alongside
Right.
you against Tane.
No, but he was there. He did watch Hane's arena, where Hane threw mauling and monsters at his prisoners. Watched Cyril fight. I bet
Constable,
there were many deals made between those two.
I feel I would speak up. Constable, you know the extent of my crimes. It was here. So I ask you if you're looking for that clarification, that proof, at least give me a chance because my abilities aren't quite there yet to go to somebody who's a wee bit better than I am, close, to try and bring the man they're talking about here.
Roll me a persuasion roll, shall they?
Oh God. No, not this one.
Sorry, what was the shield they shed?
Give her an opportunity to go get this individual whom you are listening, this Cinder Spear, and bring them back.
Wish me luck because I have nothing in this, by the way.
Yuri works her jaw, looking down at Ashilde.
You can see him working his jaw again. He brings a pausing gesture to the other militiaman.
It's the only thing I can think of, Constable.
He sort of just shakes his head after a moment, pulling the letter back, just sort of letting his shoulder slump. Just go.
Just go? Are you asking us to leave town?
He doesn't say.
Alaric takes a moment's hesitation, and his gaze rolls to the ceiling as he takes in this deep, calming breath. Steps forward. What difference would it make if the Cinder Spear were to come? Already you've doubted Cyril. Her word should have been more than enough, being your lieg's daughter and all. Why the bloody dead are you stubborn? He looks back to the rest of the party. Let's go find that stupid weed. Let the answers come to him by themselves.
Well, can't blame the man for being skeptical. If we can get proof, we can always bring it back to him.
No, this is more than skepticism. She's calling Cyril a liar, and I will not forget that.
It's his liege's daughter, not his liege.
She speaks for her house. Perhaps
Oh.
there is something you don't understand. Perhaps you're not taught that in the woods,
Get
serving your
out.
group.
So silly peasants know nothing.
Not the time to have this argument. Go.
Callan sweeps out and doesn't even bother acknowledging the constable. He just goes.
Yuria moves to leave and then stops next to the constable, muttering to him. Your people deserve to be safe. But your duty is to swallow the truth, the painful truth. You may not believe it, but it is important you know these things. At least that you hear. And then she steps out.
I assume the whole party goes.
As Alaric files out last, he'd curse out a rather angry, affected fucking commoner, and he'd turn to the left and spit on the ground as he sort of stumps his way down the steps onto the road.
Okay. Tilro,
It doesn't have to be the last.
Yeah, Tilro would have
Yeah.
probably waited till everybody left. I was giving air to everyone in the party to say something what they were doing as they were leaving.
It's okay.
Or not? Okay. Silver would stand, and she would walk to, like, the door, and, she would turn to him just briefly.
It is a part of my duty to keep those safe down here. Whether you believe what we have to say or not. Think of 7 reasons why you should. Just be prepared. We do not have proof of what we have said. But eventually there will come proof. In one form or another.
You can see his nostrils flare for a moment, biting back whatever he was going to say. He gives.
I hope in that moment you will be safe. Because I will be doing my best to fight it.
He gives a strained, albeit practiced bow, and closes the door, following a "Your Highness."
There's a moment where she just stands at the door after it shuts. Her eyes closed and like lips pursed. Like her lips and turned to leave.
Back outside with a very perplexed militiaman who eventually makes his way back to his patrol route, leaving you all in the center of the street. What are you doing?
He closed the door on Siluriel's face, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Once Siluriel approaches the group, he'd sort of wait her eventual reach within his arm and clasp her on the shoulder. Misplaced trust, Siluriel. We can expect every peasant out here to understand the depth of things. I should have thought of it.
I tried.
Perhaps that is the problem. Tried too much. Gave him too much trust.
No. I tried. I wanted to have proof of it.
Proof of it? Proof?
Have it all.
Why would you need proof? Why would you need to explain yourself to him to begin with? You tell him what it is, and he listens. That is how it's always been. You have to count his stars, how lucky he is that it's you who speaks on his behalf.
Alric. We're in public.
Alaric throws his arms left and right, opening himself to the town as he turns and turns, looking at whatever face is looming and seeing them. I do not care. I do not care who listens. This is our way. It's been for so long now. He shouldn't have treated you that way. Let's go find that stupid wit and get Shane and send him back his guardsmen or whatever it is they are.
All right.
Siluriel quietly steps towards the direction they would have been told to look for the weed.
Stepping away from the constabulary in the center of the street where some individuals had been gawking, sort of listening to Alaric lamenting. Eventually, you would begin to break away from Aram's Ferry and make your way towards the northern portion of the forest. And that's where we're going to take a 19-minute break.
Wait, 19 minutes? That's very specific.
19 minutes.
Why?
You get no
That brings us to
explanation.
10:30, 11:30. There you go.
19 minutes and you'll like it.
Yep.
We'll meet back at the half-hour mark. We'll go from there. I'll be back. I gotta use the restroom. For those that are interested, we have the community Discord that you can join if you're interested in TTRPGs and D&D as well. For those that would like to, feel free to use your channel points to highlight any questions you may have pertaining to the game, about the players, about the characters, and all that other fun stuff. We'll be sure to answer it along the break. I'll be back.
That went so well.
So well, you guys.
That lead brick had wings of gold.
Eh.
I return.
I'm still here.
Hello, still here.
Hello.
Let's see. Holy shit. Zoro. Zoro Crusader, thank you very much for the 13 gifted subs to the community. That is insanely generous. That's the best RP I've listened to? Jesus, thank you, Rookie. Alaric and Kellen, Marana, Ashilde, Siluro, Uriam. They're all fantastic role players. I am blessed to have them. Yes, Frostigator. There is the hypocrisy of nobility in the peasantry, of nobility expecting you to believe what they say, and if a commoner were to do the same thing, they would need proof or be jailed or killed. That went about as well as can be expected from a lawman without proof. True. Indeed. If you even suggest they might be lying to their face, no less, you're in some pretty deep shit. Yeah. Usually nobility travels with their sort of entourage, their crew, right? But Siluril sort of made this first interaction with the constable that she's out here on her own. She doesn't have her entourage. She's just doing things solo, right? So there's that like initial doubt, right? But obviously he treated her by calling her titles. But the other thing was that, at least from, I don't know if they remember or not, but Theodric Watt was a big fan of Lord Hayne, Lord Samuel Hayne.
Yeah.
So for a group of nobles, the peerage, to come in and be like, he was bad, okay, and corrupted and did bad shit, he's gonna be like, where's your proof? Show me, please. Otherwise, you killed my idol.
I remembered he liked Theodric. Or, Hayne.
Yeah, that was just the part that Yuria wasn't there for.
Yeah.
That was between Alaric, Kellen, and Siluro.
What'd I miss?
Nothing.
What was between Alaric, Kellen, and Silro?
The first interaction with Theodric.
Oh, right.
I was not there. Well, I was there, but I was a piece of accessory.
You were a rat.
Yes.
You are a non-person.
You had gone from creature to object.
That is effectively what he did, Super Spells. He like penned a letter that was basically to be sent to the capital. That's like, hey, somebody's here claiming to be your daughter. And they're saying they killed Hayne. Something's wrong.
We don't like this.
I'm trying to rack my brain if we actually could have any proof.
If we had maybe grabbed the forgery kits, but at the same time, it really wouldn't have
Hindsight.
It wouldn't have concretely proved anything either. Could have been like, you're just penning these, dumbass.
Right. Well, like I was thinking about the letters, but the only letter that would have been incriminated would be Rainer's. The other ones were just like, I'm in
to nobody.
prison.
Yeah. Oh, what was me? Rainer's was like, hey,
You're flying to an archmage, yeah.
Yeah, hey, I got fucking got. Please come get me, I beg you. I'll owe you one.
Yep.
I owe you one something. Fuck off.
You definitely would
Yeah,
not
there
tell
really wasn't-
Ava fuck off.
really wasn't anything, and especially like everything was like engraved in everyone's skin, and now the facility's disappeared.
Yeah, it's a very precarious situation to be in, where to bring something like that up and then be hit with the where's your proof? It's like, well, fuck. We don't have our manacles. We don't have any of the rock that we were mining.
None of that would have proven anything, though. What would that have proven? Yes, that we were in jail, that we had rocks, that we mined. Like, if he's not going to accept magic, right, for a magic thing, like, hey, he's corrupted, right? There's nothing you can do.
And
how do you prove someone's been corrupted? You can't.
Someone said something in chat that I was thinking of, and I'm like, no, that's way too much. Absolutely not.
Let me guess, it's carving off parts of him.
No.
Imagine.
What? We won't do that.
That would have gone swimmingly.
Ooh, that's a good point, Super Spells. The only proof he could have had would have been a written statement by Raynor or Nathan, but that would have required a lot of foresight, and that'd possibly have a statement from Torsten, and that's still not really concrete evidence.
Again, I brought up Torsten, like, ooh, yeah, they were collaborating, and then I'm like, but that doesn't really prove that Hain was corrupted by the mouth. I could have said the mouth was dressed as a priest of Bahamut, and then be like, well, where's the proof? And I'm like, you would have had to been there, dude. Like, you can't. What do you want? Like, you're asking me to prove actions in a time where I can't record. All right.
Yeah, because we had literally like no way of
the
taking
letter
things
would be
with
the
us.
Only thing. Raynor's letter is the only thing I can think of. I mean, even we have equipment from Hain's Keep, right? Verdict and the mace, but like, what does that prove?
Nothing. It proves that we looted Hain's Keep after murdering him, kinda.
Oh, I have this statement from Naval Orcs. It says he was a bad guy.
You sided with the orcs.
You beasts.
Well, they are nice people. Better than the Sahagin, whom we also sided with.
You did what?
Who also demanded that we carve out his heart from his dead body and give it to them. That was
And surely you didn't do that.
Of course we did.
Fuck! We did it.
All right,
Without
just follow me over here.
Yep.
Everybody stand up on the podium.
Yeah.
Gonna get this around your neck.
Well, what's that?
Oh, it's this. It's a back supporter.
Just holds up his finger and just like, one moment, and goes outside. God!
Men!
Clap them in irons!
I was hoping we could have convinced him with basically proper phrasing.
Our winning personalities?
Yes, basically. Since we were, in fact, winning at the time, yes. However, that is not the case. Also,
we were by winning.
So, my bad
guy. Regarding the next CTF episode, can we have Shane do a recap from his perspective? That'd be interesting.
I want to hear it from the innkeeper of the wench's perspective.
Yeah, and then the DM can title it "The Death of Shane." His last final words. Smile.
Just
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
What's up?
What is your wisdom?
Oh,
Oh, I know.
Yeah, you know.
Awesome. Yeah, I know.
I hate whatever's happening here.
Oof.
Well,
is everybody back? It's 3 past. Mama. Momo. Alaric.
Nope.
These motherfuckers.
I'm probably just, beating the shit out of Blake.
That's what I was doing. Hey, do you guys know that Blake is ticklish?
Okay.
Oh shit, for real?
Yeah.
Oh damn! Fuck!
It's pretty
I'd
pog.
bother the hell out of him.
In character, right?
He's got real ticklish sides. You should have seen the sinister look that crossed my face when he's like, "No, get away!" And I was like, "Oh, you fool!"
Uh-oh.
Oh no. You fucked up.
And then I told the whole house, and they descended upon him.
Huh? That poor man.
Rip the bitch apart.
Momo!
Yeah?
Hi,
Hi.
Alaric.
Hello.
Perfect.
Wow.
So, party. Having stepped away from the constabulary, rather sour situation you were just in, where are you going?
We're going north up a creek.
Going north.
Yeah, going to get some weed.
Gonna get some weed, simple as.
Okay. Who's leading the charge trying to find this?
I guess it's me.
Roll me a nature
Alaric
check.
would help.
You're proficient in nature?
Alaric would help. Yes.
All right.
Not that, yeah.
14. It does sadly take longer than an hour. Much like I had described, groping around in the forest, attempting to find this snakeweed, and attempting to derive where a sort of creek would break off from the ferry itself. After about 2 hours of sort of searching in the northern portions, you would eventually find that small creek, sort of more tightly packed around the numerous sort of pine trees that are here, almost invisible had it not been for your more adept natural understanding of the terrain. And sort of plucked or sort of gathered in large bushels on the edges of this creek, you would see that long-stemmed plant and the sort of bright yellow flowers on it.
And are they like numerous? Or are there only a few of them?
How much are you trying to take?
How much is there?
Well, understand, if you're taking a lot, A, you'll need to consider its expiration date. And B, sort of keeping it all together.
Well, I kind of need to know how much is there before I can decide how much I'm going to take.
There's about, I would say, there appears to be at least 3 large sort of bushels worth. So in terms of numbers per bushel, it's about 4 to 5 of the plant.
You're saying bushel?
Yes.
Bushel.
What's a bushel?
Bushel is like a chunk of plant, essentially.
It's a unit of measurement, plant-based product, and/or
So I can get from all the plants. I can get 4 or 5 bushels. You said.
No, sorry. There's about in each one. There's about 4 to 5 of the plant.
Oh shit.
We could probably take a couple of sprigs. How much do we really need?
This is very epic. You didn't need that much.
So what we need and a little bit extra, maybe, I guess, to be safe.
Yeah, because it can be probably dried and stuff like that as well. So.
You know.
Okay, does anybody have an herbalism kit?
We don't have much, Chief.
We'll get them. We got the money now.
Herbalism kits are actually kind of expensive. However, we did get instructions on how to extract these by the roots, for example. So I'm assured using a knife or even a shovel, we could get them out by the roots.
Somebody say shovel?
I indeed did say a
Oh
shovel.
god, they're doomed.
Shovel? I roll shovel.
Oh god.
Well,
they're-
There we
Oh,
go.
God.
Good thing I
Holy
didn't
fuck.
tell you to do that
Oh, I'm sorry.
as you tear up whatever was there.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
They're
Uh,
god.
I just need another nature check. Individually from whoever is attempting to procure this plant.
Buh. So wait, this is not an assisted thing? We can only do individual?
There is not enough room to get assistance.
Then Alaric could try to get his own. Like, well, Kellen works.
Individual is fine.
I guess I'll go after one and just use my knife to kind of like cut around the base of it and get in and sever the roots and then try to pull it up.
Perfect. Go ahead and
okay.
roll me some nature checks, please.
Oh, feature.
To roll a nature check. Oh boy. Loving those 8s today.
Take your time, Alaric.
Oh, me?
You said you wanted to do it.
Oh, I thought he was going first.
Good. Your turn.
Yeah, I think contrasting to Kellen's approach, Alaric sort of leans in and he borrow like the width of his enormous hands, and he'd slowly dig around until he could take the whole thing from the root. No cutting or anything, just plucking mindfully.
Ah.
Indeed.
Kellen, you're able to let's see. From it, you would be able to procure 3 little individual sprigs. Alaric, Alaric would destroy the one he's attempting to pull from the earth. Large, cumbersome hands, sort of bending and snapping the stem.
The rest just sort of disperses in his really rough grip. How you doing over there, Kellen?
How many did I say? Did you say I got 3?
3.
Not bushels, but sprigs?
Yes, individuals.
Not a lot, but I can try again. I think there's at least one more plant.
I'm not sure if I should help you. I just destroyed this one here. Soon as the root came out, the stem fell apart.
So with 3 and 4 gone, how many more are out there? Is it just like a bank of them?
I think there were just 3 harvesting nodes. I just tried to harvest one,
Yes.
destroyed it.
So
Kellen
there's
harvested
one
the
more
other.
node left.
Yeah.
Oh.
I guess I'll try again. Apparently, I doubt that 3 sprigs is even close to enough.
Sprig is quite a lot.
Well, sprig is like a twig.
It's like a storm bearing like several bits of the flower, right? So
Don't know.
This
Not
is.
knowing
I'll
how it
show you a
looks.
picture of snakeweed, by the way, so you get a better understanding. So this is what you are harvesting.
oh yeah, one sprig is a shit ton.
So if you would like to roll again, you may. I'll just need another nature check.
Very well. Oh boy, here we go. Okay, better.
Better, indeed. You would be able to harvest the entire thing, getting an additional 5.
Okay. So that brings us to a total of 8. And that's all there is here.
Correct. In their current state, they will survive for about 5 days.
I guess it's good we're heading back.
Yeah, if not treated with an herbalist kit and sort of dried and treated, they will just eventually rot. So you have 5 days. Make sure you mark that on your notes.
Well, if that's handled, we should probably begin heading back to Elion's, though we might want to take the long way back to the road.
Give the town a wide berth.
She nods.
Fair enough. We're already crazy people. But possibly even murdering crazy people. Maybe he'll cool off after a time.
We spoke the truth. No, for real, reach him. Reach him before he does something stupid.
What would happen if he contacted the High Lord?
Well, my guess is if the letter were to arrive to Siluria's father, he'd be glad to hear that she's fine, I'd say. He would expedite the process of fetching his daughter. I'm not sure he'd make much sense of the information, as we wouldn't be there to explain it. Not bad things. Real bad things would happen if he were to send it and that courier were intercepted. If the information fell into wrong hands and a more disseminating mind. It opens us up, as it were.
It seemed to me the constable took the death of, well, Lord Hain to heart. Surprising. I didn't think he would have even known Hain personally.
Hain used to be a very famous man once upon a time, before we knew him.
He rather adored Hain.
Sorry. What?
A lot of people down here in the Southlands loved Hain and the legacy he left behind, at least before he was overtaken. Yuria, you know this. Hain was a hero. He was everything a knight could strive to be. A man who pulled himself up to his position by his own bootstraps, a testament to the Tirosian way of strength.
Stop. How many
No.
people?
Listen, this is important. It is why his story resonates so strongly with the people here. It is why he acted out of emotion, even though I am certain he knows he shouldn't have. Not to such a degree.
I knew he was a knight turned lord. And I knew he used, well, he claimed himself that he used the Maulings and then attacked them for his own gain.
Why are you taking him on his word?
Well,
He
no.
was overtaken by an entity. He wasn't himself. Why is it, you think, that everything we hear about Hain is contradicting to the man we met? It could be no mere coincidence.
I don't talk to the common folk that much. I haven't heard them really speak on Hain.
Well, you saw one's reaction today.
Yes. Do your common folk love their aristocracy?
Depends on who you ask.
Complicated question.
Hmm. You see, she kind of like sort of lost in thought for a moment as she follows.
Though if we do mean to pursue him, the Iron Duke after returning to Eliance, we should make good on our word to provide proof, real proof.
Oh, that's impossible. What could we have used as proof?
Not now, but in the future. Should we find anything, we shouldn't leave him with just our word.
A part of me feels that proving that man anything is beneath us. Debasing. Beyond our dignity. But I understand what you mean. We should look for a way to prove this indefinitely. To not just him, but people even more important than him. At some point, our word alone will not be enough.
If for no other reason than that, yes. Otherwise, that could fester, sort of loathing could fester into something more.
Loathing. Think you'll loathe us now? Over a mere spat? After everything we did? Think he'd be so small a man?
Would you not be upset, resentful of someone wandering into your town, some foreigner, and because of the position of their birth, whatever they say supersedes whatever authority you might have had?
Alric's slightly taken aback at this. And you can sort of tell that he's trying to conceptualize the position where he's not the lord trudging in, but rather the small man sitting on the edge of their house looking at said lord coming in. And he fails to do so. I do not know how these people think. Would I even consider it? He swore an oath. That is how he gained his office. All these people, they are on their word.
My people maintain our position in Malgrove, not only through our word, but through our deeds. We protect them. We shelter them. We sacrifice our own if need be.
There is no different down here in the south. Every family has reached their place because of deeds. And when we arrived to town, I could have understood his position. We did our deeds as well there. We saved several children. and avoid a disaster. We risk our lives. You, more than many of us as well. You specifically, Morana. I saw you fall. There, your deeds. And then our word. And he slapped it aside.
Regardless, it doesn't sit well with me. We need to have something more concrete. Again, if not for assuaging the little people, as you say, then to those above us will be more scrutinizing.
I agree with finding proof, but I do not agree with wanting to curry favor with every small-minded man who demands it.
There's a
Hmm.
moment where Marana kind of like begins to stand a little taller, but after the morning, she just kind of sighs and visibly lets it go.
With your snakeweed, I assume either the party's heading back to the ferry or.
Yeah, we're heading in that direction, I believe, is the plan.
Okay. Is there any final business to be done in the ferry?
Not for me.
I think we should go.
Yeah, I think we're leaving, guys.
We got rations and shit.
Yeah, well, we can also gather food and stuff.
Yeah, we're in the service.
Yeah, we're not in a facility surrounded by ghouls, thankfully.
Yeah, but like I want rations in case a rock comes and picks Kellen up, you know. You gotta be prepared for that eventuality.
I mean, if we get 2 fucking rocks, I think let's just, just
New
accept
party.
it,
rations.
roll with it.
I'd like a final meal, okay?
If we are beginning exploration back to Elion's, I would like you to pick out your 2 hexes and then roll me a D100 and then a survival check.
We get 2 hexes?
2 hexes a day. That's no different.
God.
It's literally been the same.
I thought we got 1 hex.
No, you got 3 with Shane, 2 by yourselves.
Oh my god. I've been playing Idis's game too long.
Yes, Idis is 1 hex a day.
Whoa,
Fuck, who did
hey,
that?
alright.
Okay.
Wow.
we're-
Who did
Rosewood
that?
already.
What?
Wow.
Okay. What the fuck?
Somebody wanted to go to the shiny place.
You haven't
Very
earned the
slow.
shiny place.
Ferry's still closed, my dude. Who's rolling the thing?
Sounds like you are.
Oh, fuck.
Fantastic.
asked.
Roll that D100
XD.
and pick
All
the 2
right.
hexes, please.
Do we want to try going essentially straight shot or kind of near the river?
I mean, what could go wrong if we just went straight, you know?
I mean, you would be following the road. Going
Yeah.
straight would be following the road just as you've done before.
Okay,
What
then
are
we'll
the
do that.
chances we lose another party to Oberon?
Right now, go ahead and roll me that D100.
No, he's back.
I'll be taking another one.
Is that why it's 2 hexes instead of 1, by the way? 'Cause we're
Yeah,
going
we
on the
need
road?
a second. Let's
No.
go.
No, it's 2 hexes because you're on feet. If you had a cart, it
Three.
would be 3 hexes.
Three.
So, what kind of like benefits do roads offer? In a sense?
Well,
Not getting
your
lost?
wild encounter table is also different.
Okay.
So there's less chance for things to, or not less chance, but less harmful things to happen on the road.
Yeah.
But that's an
Uh,
85.
I imagine less extreme harmful things, right? Like
I think that depends on what your opinion of taxes are.
You'll find out. Okay, 2 hexes, moving well into the evening, sort of being led along by Kellen. Kellen, would you be as kind as to roll me that survival? The foraging is well enough. This area appears to not be as lackluster as some of the other areas you have gone through.
Some rabbits, some deer, stuff like that.
No. I mean like fruits and vegetables.
With a 17, I can't even get some bunnies.
There are no bunnies.
Some wild fowl, some ducks, geese.
Not this way, brother. In fact, with the 17, you would denote that there is a considerable lack of ecology around here.
Well, cool. Vegetarian it is.
Yeah, I want to hunt too.
Why?
You don't
tired
have
of
that
talking
as
to us?
part of your class, so no.
What do you mean I can't just hunt normally?
What are you hunting with? Your hammer?
Actually, I think if I do hunt, it would sort of slow down the party because I'm not a hunter. So it forces us to travel at half speed, I believe. I think I read that somewhere.
Let me see.
So I don't think I will, actually.
Well, I mean, we roll for like the quality of the foraging, not for like any foraging, isn't that right?
Yeah, it basically denotes like there are just areas that have nothing, which is why I have you roll. Because I know that your class gives you the free food and, you know, traveling and shit like that. But there are places currently that are bereft of those things, which is why I have you roll.
Yeah. Well, does the lack denote anything in particular?
The
Am I
lack?
seeing am I seeing evidence of like things being hunted out, like stripped carcasses, bones, like other
Oh,
tracks?
no, not even that. You would think that if, at least if prey creatures are being driven out, you would find those sort of scattered carcasses, sort of peeled down to the bone, but there's not even that, which is even more alarming.
So there's just some weird reason that there's no game in this area.
It's been like that through the entirety of the Southlands, as you would recall.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get like more refresher. I was trying to see if there's maybe some more insight into that specific situation that I could like denote some evidence, some unreasoning, even if you want me to roll like a nature for it or something.
In this current hex, there wouldn't be anything for you to find.
Well, it's a possibility, just not here.
Yeah.
Here.
This is more like sort of like the boundaries, right? There are locations, other hexes you could explore to maybe discern more about whatever is causing creatures or animals or things like that to start running away. But this is not one of them.
Okay.
Especially because it's along the main road. So we are sitting down camp. Yes?
Yeah.
I'd assume so.
Yeah, if this is the end of the day for us.
Correct, it would be. Traveling 2 hexes, you would arrive having traveled a fair distance away from the ferry towards Elion's Tier.
Okie dokie.
Still in the trees, so we will transition to the camp.
That's right, we have tents now. And they look dope. God, I can see in the dark now. It's so nice. So lovely. So awesome. I need to make sure that
He's like,
all
I
fun.
can see the horrors.
Yes. Welcome, Kellen. As I point to the Cthulian horror just beyond the brush. That's our friend.
You see it
Talk
now.
to him. You see it now.
I also noticed it on the recurve link weapon doesn't actually say that it gives me dark vision. Should I just like add that real quick?
No, don't adjust your weapons. There are things that have hidden properties.
Oh, so you'll do that later.
Nope, it's already on your weapon. I don't need to do anything.
So it's a hidden property?
I think that's what he said.
Let me
Understood.
try and fix this.
Fun.
Looks like you're going to be prematurely bald just by using that weapon.
Yeah, malding every day of my life. Whee!
There are properties that are obviously known to you once you attune to them, and there are some that need to be derived through other magical means.
Interesting.
Attuning is not enough. That's why things
he-
like identifier are very important.
But he just knows that he can see in the dark.
Correct.
basically.
You are able to see in the dark, thus able to hopefully put two and two together, that wearing this weapon has allowed you some modicum of night vision, though you're not sure to what extent.
Is the night vision different from other night visions? Like, can you see colors in the dark?
No,
So it's the black
it's
and
just
white.
dark vision. Yeah. Beyond your light source, it is gray.
Still better than nothing.
Correct.
I think to that end, now that they've set up camp and they're eating their unfortunately cringe vegan meal,
Damn, bro.
yeah, he'll be looking around, just kind of like, oh, that was pretty pog.
Kellen's weapon is subtle, right?
It's a glove.
Yeah, like it's not immediately obvious to somebody who doesn't know what it is that it's a bow, right?
Correct. It looks like he just has like an asymmetrical gauntlet. Although
Yeah,
it
it's like a
bears a very
glove.
striking resemblance to the same metal alloy that Yuria is wearing.
So just a black glove with a small protrusion, essentially.
I'm not even sure it has a protrusion until he activates it. I don't know. Is it like a gauntlet looking thing? Like sort of a lobstered
Comprised
metal
of an
insulated-
incredibly durable black metal in the shape of a fully enclosed gauntlet, it possesses an oil-like reflection on its surface. Numerous lines are carved through that denote a more elaborate purpose. The inside is lined with a gel-like material that conforms around the wielder's hands, imbuing them with a strange sense of familiarity as if aware of this weapon's purpose. The compact weapon allows the wielder to use their bonus action to transform the gauntlet into its recurve bow form, granting them all the properties of a ranged weapon to make melee or to make attacks with.
So there's no protrusion. What's asymmetrical about it?
The fact that there's only one.
Yeah, the fact that he only has one.
Oh, okay.
It's like I lost one in an unfortunate hunting accident or something, but I just kept the other because I couldn't bear to part with it or something. I don't know.
It's like a mismatch, I guess, at a glance.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Like in his left hand would be this like almost Damascus-looking kind of metal gauntlet, and on his right hand is his leather glove with like the first two fingers are fingerless, like they're cut off halfway down, and the second two fingers are fully enclosed. So it's kind of this weird. It's like he got his armor at the surplus store or something. Gloves half off, not the price, the glove.
He has shooting gloves, like
Yeah, his right hand has the first two fingers on, like they're cut off at like the second knuckle. So the left hand is this metal gauntlet, right hand is the leather glove. So looking up
gotcha.
gloves as we speak. But yeah, in the meantime, he's just kind of staring around like it's the first time he's kind of ever used his eyes. So that's him doing that right now.
could see everything.
Well,
It's all fun and games until the Gloomstalker shows up.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Oh, there's 2 Alarics now.
Indeed.
Why?
Whoa.
We're in trouble now, boys.
What the fuck did you do?
Okay.
I literally just pressed the token and I moved it towards the log and
Wow.
it didn't move.
Hey,
It just made a new one.
skinwalkers are supposed to come in after the first one disappears, right? Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Sort of being the purpose here.
DM. Yes. Yes. Thank you. You and your deleting, you madman.
He's a madman. He's drunk with power.
oh, and I'm okay.
Oh, I was on a log already. Never mind.
Power.
Yeah, I put you on a log already. You're all sitting on logs.
What's with your obsession with control? Like, chill.
That's why he became a DM.
Where did we get these logs?
The wilderness.
My God. I was half expecting you to say this is a stick in Tyros.
That makes sense.
What are you doing for your long rest?
Well, I'm
What's gonna-
assuming we're gonna be keeping some form of watch, so that'll be a thing.
I'm not keeping first watch. I've learned my lesson.
I'm fine to stay up.
I can stay up a little bit as well, and then just get my rest after.
Alaric will hold his cards up after having sat down manfully. Anybody care to gamble a bit?
Oh no, you're one of those.
What?
Wait. So you're telling me y'all have been broke pretty much for a while now, and the first thing you want to do is try and lose your money?
Well, it sounds like that's what Alaric wants.
You're only just now getting to know me.
But if you and Alaric want to stay up and play cards, I guess I will sleep and you can wake me up for second watch.
I'll play cards, but I ain't gambling shit. This is money.
Why don't you both play for cleaning duty in the morning? Good night.
You're not betting I'm going to sleep. Good luck.
Oh my god.
Fine.
Play for like silvers or something, I don't know. Okay. Enjoy your gambling.
Valor going to bed if she doesn't bet, because she ain't betting shit.
Wait, hold on a minute.
Well, looks like he's going to bed.
Indeed.
Or I can stay up. Good God.
Why are you getting all worked up? There's 6 of us. You can go to bed still and let somebody else take over.
Nothing. I just like expressing exasperation because it amuses me. I'm actually not even lying. It is pretty funny.
It's the nagging, isn't it? Gives you meaning.
Yeah.
Me, I like to play cards. With meaning.
Maybe when I'm more flush with cash, I'll be more inclined to try to lose some.
Not really about the cash, it's about the stakes, but... wake me up as well. I'm tired anyway, I changed my mind.
Shit. Who's staying up with me?
I am.
Very well.
I'm taking second watch.
Okay.
I like the darkness anyway.
So just I'm understanding, it is Ashilda and Kellen who are taking the first watches.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you move yourself over, Red Rover?
Well, I was going to ask, is there anything anybody is doing before settling down for the long rest?
Yuri's gonna draw on her monster husband's journal. Wait, what? Who said that?
That's later.
Oh, fuck.
No, probably not. I can't think of anything. I'm clueless. I'm going to bed. Goodbye.
I'm going to sleep. Oh, fuck you.
Okay.
So we're all awkwardly hanging out, just chilling. Oh, that's right. She can like meditate in place. Who needs a tent? I can sit here on this log and meditate all
Sora?
night, awkwardly looking at you, staring in your face.
Did she run off?
Right here.
Poor
You weren't
Hans.
responding.
What you doing for your long rest?
I did not pick up.
Oh,
Nope. Anything you were saying? Not at all.
yeah, we didn't hear anything you said.
You were quiet the entire time.
No!
It's fine. I'll just sum it up to fucking taking a long rest. It's an elf rest, so it's the same as like just any other.
It's a long rest, but for elves.
Yeah, she does the thing where she's like, yeah, wake me up, I'll take the last watch, and goes to lay in a tent.
Fantastic.
Fuck my life, bro.
That imagining just happening right now. Madge.
I'm
It's like
like
that.
basic.
Yeah, it's his fault. Go punch him or something. I don't know. Okay, well, I guess it's me and Ishilda.
Just double checking some stuff real quick.
Was Ishilda gonna talk his ear off at all?
I'm asking questions.
He's more than welcome to do so.
Yes, man. If nobody else is doing anything for their long rest, then yeah, go ahead and have
Is
your
this
moment.
tent warm?
There's a very large body inside of it. It would eventually get warm, yes.
If you want the cold tent, that would probably be Yuria, because she's frosty.
There would eventually be another body. 2 bodies.
Because she just goes into Alric's tent. Oh, hell no. Goes into Yuria's tent.
It is considerably nicer. What you could do, if you wanted, was leave your tent, like the tent flaps, open.
Do you like it cold?
What would Ashilda know about the Cinder Spears?
Leaves the flaps open.
Perfect. Pushing those flaps open, that tent does draw in that cool evening air. Remember, it's still only the first month. It's just after God's Night. This is when winter really begins to set in. So you can feel that cold just descending upon this this campsite.
Poor Juria, holy shit.
And this feels, for you, Siluro, incredibly comfortable.
Yeah.
Not for me.
She knew that Alaric would be fine, but if she left the flaps open of Yuria, she'd be even more insufferable to deal with. So she's like, I'm gonna just do it to Alaric.
They wouldn't even feel it. That's just home.
Yeah.
And I love sleeping in bed when it's like cold in my room. It's like the best feeling. Anyway.
Kellen, Shilde, as you are.
Oh.
What would
Well,
Ashilda know about the Cinder Spears?
You studied in Orius, did you not?
I did.
You'll know that Kellen isn't one of them. Ha!
Yeah, you're not, nerd.
Wow.
I think it's because he's not a nerd that he's not a Cinder Spear.
At least not nerd enough.
Not that kind of nerd. He's a different kind of nerd.
Just for my own sake, just so you can learn as much as you want, go ahead and roll me a Arcana check. 15. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you about a minute, 2 minutes, to look at at this faction page. You're going to denote whatever information you want from it, and then after that, basically it's whatever you want take and use in character.
Sent you a DM.
I don't care.
Do it.
Oof. Noted and ignored.
Very brutal.
Yeah.
And in public, nonetheless.
Yeah.
No respect.
Where's it from?
Where's what from?
That picture.
The first or second one?
Second.
Where do you think it's from?
Where's it from?
Where do you think it's from?
Say it.
No. Where do you think it's
Say
from?
it.
No.
Then neither.
Dark Souls 3. Fuck off.
That's what I thought. Yeah, you can use that one.
I was more if like did you want me to use that one? Does that look good?
Honestly, it's like seamless.
Oh, so it's okay.
It's like it's super conforming to the hand, but if you wanted to have like ridges and claws and shit like that, by all means, brother.
I didn't know if it did or not. I was trying to find something medieval looking, but I'll keep looking.
It's definitely not medieval.
Gotcha.
One thing I was going to ask Kellen is
2 minutes
which of
out.
the Cinder... Okay.
Well, it's not too big.
Continue.
Which of the Cinder Spears he was incarcerated with?
Oh, so she's asking him about God, what's his name? Fuck.
Right. So, who were you in jail with in regards to the Cinder Spears?
Crap. Pulls up my notebook.
Yes, Brightmore.
What? You forgot Raina's name?
Well, okay, shut up. It was like how long ago?
Damn.
One. Someone said Brightmore. I'm pretty sure that's correct. So
I know it's correct.
we're gonna go with that. Arcanist Brightmore. Yeah. So I believe he called himself Brightmore. It was a.
He was high up there in the Cinder Spears, like he is a known member, correct?
Yes. Not only that, he's very well known in Orias.
Are you shitting me?
Well, I try to do my best not to defecate near my friends, so no.
Oh. Well then. Well, he would be. I mean, if you're looking to get proof, he'd be one of the ones to contact.
Unfortunately, I don't have any way to get a hold of him myself.
Well, if we can take that pretty little stone Yuria has over there and get it to the right person, we should be able to get a hold of him.
Well, maybe. I'll leave that up to more of you arcane-inclined people for that sort of thing.
How the hell did Arcanist Brightmore end up in Haynes Keep?
Not that any of us end up in Haynes Keep.
Alright, so just that statement alone kinda alleviates some of my issues.
Oh, you had issues, did you?
Well, you kinda unpacked a lot back there, you know? Things that you aren't really telling me.
Well, what else would you like to know?
Well, it's irrelevant now. I mean, if Arcanist Brightmore thought it fit to dispatch this man, well, Lord Hayne, then it was probably right to dispatch him. They don't go into combat.
You know, honestly, I couldn't really tell you what Brightmore's motivations were. I just knew that he was a prisoner there. He certainly wasn't keen on staying, however. So either it was entirely by accident, which is what I believe he claimed to have happened, or something drew him there, either by Haynes' designs or otherwise.
I mean, they're who are dispatched when one of us casters gets out of line.
I don't really know if Hain was necessarily well, who knows? He did have some interesting powers, but I don't really know if he was sort of the powers that we use to catch an attention like that. But who can say? Seems like he had an agenda for all of us. What else do you wish to know?
You're also saying something about losing another party member. What happened?
We were traveling with another woman who I believe she was sort of becoming an Asimar or was one all along and didn't know it. And then stumbled across a Fey circle through whatever machinations were at play in our minds at the time. We decided it would be a good idea to activate this circle, and then none other than the king of the fairies shows up, a fellow by the name of Oberon. They hatch a little deal together. She goes off to serve him for damn near a decade, I believe. He kills this basilisk, which was giving us so much trouble. That is that.
Right.
Ridiculous sounding as it is in fact what happened.
I'm trying to get over the whole judgment thing, so I'm just gonna go with it.
All right. What else?
I mean, I traveled along you, and I hate to say it, going down in that hole with you, I kind of learned the nature of your character.
Of my character?
All of yours.
Is this something that you're now going to elaborate on, or?
No, you're trying. All of you.
Or what?
Trying.
Well, I suppose that's true enough. Trying our best. Perhaps some of us begrudgingly, perhaps not.
Can you both roll me a perception check, please?
E.
Okay, give me just a moment.
Oh God.
Oh no. Dumb in a soundtrack.
A rabbit wanders in. It
Bad
kills
time
you.
to leave your tent flap open.
Well, they slithered into the tent with the flap shut the last time.
Now they
What's
can
gonna
run it.
stop them?
Fucking wolf just
And if anything, they're
Bolton.
fucking slamming Alaric first too.
Okay.
Give me just a second. Yeah, roll again.
What was that noise?
Nothing.
All right.
The rock's back, boys.
Goody.
Okay, give me just a second, please.
Oh no.
You had a second ago.
Well, I need more.
You run out of seconds.
I'm dying over
You're
here.
about to be out of life.
Yeah, it seems like.
Both of you would realize that around you currently, there's this sort of soft sort of sound that begins to emanate from the woods.
You would side-eye Kellen.
It sounds like wind chimes.
Oh, we're fucked.
Wind chimes.
Indeed. It's very soft. It's very quiet at first, but eventually it begins to sort of draw closer to the camp. And you would notice as well, as you're sort of sat here, that all around you is this very, very subtle glow that then begins to drift through the air, sort of caught on the very faint moving wind.
What the hell is going on?
Don't suppose I have any kind of inkling what this might be with a nature or anything like that.
Nature? Sure, you can roll me a nature. With a 21, you would realize that there are at least no living animals that do anything like this. But perhaps there are stories, tales that you've heard. And you would watch as something begins to drift its way sort of behind the trees. As I zoom out a little bit. This small light sort of floating in the air, emitting this very soft white light.
Don't suppose any of those stories might have mentioned this.
Why don't you roll me a religion check?
Religion. Blah. Nope.
Ooh. This
Would I be able to see this?
You would, as I
Now?
said. You'd have seen it when it started happening.
Based on what I'm seeing, can I do a religion or arcana to try and suss out what this thing is?
Sure,
Since
I'll
it
allow that.
is-
Sussy.
Either one or
Whichever
whichever
one you prefer. A 20. A 20. Give me just a second. Need to double check.
Anybody else alarmed by his continuous excitement?
209.
No, I'm just
That I,
every
I,
second.
I live in a constant state of fear.
A 20? Yes. You would know exactly what this is. Watching it sort of drift aimlessly through the air, sort of wandering through the camp and sort of drawing closer. You wouldn't learn all of its information, but with a 16 and above, you would learn that this is a will-o-wisp.
Oh.
I have no idea what it is, but I don't like it.
the will-o-wisp.
What do we do about it?
With a 16, you would know will-o-wisps lurk in marshlands, where mists and swamp lights provide hiding places. They gather near natural dangers, such as quicksand or other monsters. Will-o-wisps use their lights to draw unwary travelers into peril.
We stay where we are. We make sure everyone else stays where they are.
Hopefully they're asleep and won't do anything weird. We just don't follow them? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. If we follow him, we're probably going to die because it's going to try and pull us into some untimely danger that'll mean our inevitable end.
They're not going to, like, attack us or anything?
Do they get overly aggressive that I would know?
Hmm.
Do I need to start shooting?
You would know that they are malevolent. Generally, they don't often act on their own. It's generally something else travels with a will-o-wisp, or they sort of will-o-wisp sort of congregate around evil creatures. And you would watch as these glowing lights sort of dance their way across the surfaces of the tents. What are you doing?
Shilla's gonna kinda. If they congregate across evil creatures, her book would come out almost instantaneously. And she's gonna cast Protection from Good and Evil.
You're casting.
They are generally a warning, yes?
They can be.
She would hold, but she would have like the book ready, getting ready to get something out almost instantaneously. Like she would have it on the page, you know what I mean? As she keeps an eye out.
Okay.
And she would, I think, Kellen, I think we need to wake the others and tell them not to be hasty, but to be careful, because these things sometimes aren't alone.
Yeah, he's already just, like, looking around, swiveling, like, seeing what he can see through the trees and everything. But he's not going anywhere. He's just sort of watching them and then trying to see if there's something hiding further out.
Roll me another perception check.
Ooh, 23.
Bless your not elven eye, and now dark vision.
Yeah.
With a 23, aside from watching the wisps, which seem to sort of, you would watch as one of them passes through the material of the tent, able to phase through it and sort of drift closer to, as you would see the tent flaps open, you would see that illuminating light sort of cast over Siluril and Alaric, just hovering, and you would hear this faint whispering, this as if it's saying nothing and everything. But just as quickly as it passes over them, it pushes back out through the top of the tent. Kellen.
Yes.
Roll me a wisdom save.
Oh, fun.
Have a nice trip.
Yeah, 10.
You would hear as this thing passes by you, these sort of strange, discordant voices that talk, that laugh, and you would hear what sounds like this very low growl. But you would also discern that it is not coming from this creature. This creature, this will-o-wisp, is replicating the sound. It's a sound that it's heard. With them currently phasing in and out of tents, sort of hovering near compatriots, are you doing anything?
Do I recognize that growl?
Why don't you roll me a history check?
13.
Trying to rack your brain. Nothing comes to mind.
Okay. They're not like being aggressive, they're just trying to be like annoying. He's not gonna like go violent just yet, but is definitely ready to do so if something goes weird.
It's been very weird.
Well, more weird, I don't know. Kind of just, I think he's just quietly hoping that they'll lose interest and go away.
They don't. They remain for the next hour, drifting through the camp, brushing alongside your companions, whispering something into their ears as they sleep.
DM, does the light wake up any of us?
It does
Please.
not.
Okay.
Gilda, after them not leaving after a
Please.
little bit of time, would wake them up one by one. She'd move slowly, no fast movements. She'd start with Morana because she's closest.
Is it my watch?
No, there's will-o-wisps around. I can't figure out what they're doing. They're not aggressive.
Huh?
There are will-o-wisps all around the camp. They're not attacking or anything.
DM, do I know anything about will-o-wisps?
Given that it is an undead creature and the sort of nature of the Grimwald, I will let you roll. I will let you roll a religion check at advantage or a history check at advantage.
We're gonna try history.
Perfect.
Oh, well shit.
It giveth and it taketh away.
The same roll, baby.
Alpha and Omega.
Fantastic. Yes, you would know what a will-o-wisp is. You would also learn, or generally know something that a Shilde wouldn't, and that is that a will-o-wisp can speak in a ghostly voice. As it speaks, the creature brightens and dims, its body a tiny orb of diaphanous material. They are malevolent spirits who often align themselves with very cruel and evil creatures. It's not uncommon for cults to sort of bring about will-o-wisps and lure passerbys and travelers into places for the cults to kill them and the will-o-wisps to siphon that life from those creatures.
As Ashilda explains that, if possible, the color drains further from Morana's face. We're will-o-wisps. Here. And she
More than a few.
pops out.
Wake the others. I'm trying not to.
Pushing out, you would see them immediately, Morana. The sort of floating will-o-wisps that very like as you're moving now, they sort of draw themselves towards you, sort of passing by, and you can hear the whispers and that low growl that emanates from one.
And you haven't seen anything else?
She kind of moves to where her shoulder was and looks over to Kellen.
No, I haven't seen anything else yet. I'm gonna wake the others because they're usually not alone if what I know is somewhat correct.
Yes. The cults of Tyros. They use them.
And I'll wake Yuria next. Yuria,
Hmm? What?
you need to wake up and you need to be calm. There's a situation.
The way you said that. What is it?
There are will-o-wisps floating around. We don't know what they're attached to. You just need to be calm so they don't become aggressive. And now I have to go. Oh shit. She'd say, as she knows what tent she has to go to next.
Given the Shademore, you may roll a history or arcana at advantage.
History or arcana, you say? Oh, goody.
You would know what a will-o-wisp is. Although in Shademore, it's more of like it holds even more of a malevolent sort of spirit. These are used by hags, by grandmother, to lure people off of the road, lure them into the Weald.
Oh.
Hooray!
Do they have any attraction to magic, DM?
They do.
Wow, that's crazy.
Wow.
Do they kill you on sight as soon as you try to cast?
That is, you have to fuck around and find out.
All right. Noted.
I don't wanna. Alright, so I'm gonna try and
As
wake
you're
the-
passing by Shilda, as one of the will-o-wisps sort of draws itself towards you, you would hear this whispering, muttering that comes from the will-o-wisp. As it gets closer, you would hear the "Help me."
Well, when Marana said something about cults, I think Kellen's gonna try and slip off, and so he can do like a hide thing, like under this tree.
And she's gonna be like, these things, they want to try and possibly kill me. And she keeps moving to the next tent, just repeating.
These pine trees are very like low. There's not really like getting underneath them. You can try and get into them, but it's like very difficult terrain.
So you've told us like what will-o-wisps are. Are there stories about how to deal with them?
It varies. There's no consistent way. Often it's, much like how you would deal with a wild dog, appeasement, giving it a meal or sort of following it is one of its things. But obviously, that has varied effects. Colin, go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
What do the stories say about, I don't know, attacking them?
I mean, you can attack them just like you can any other creature. They do react, though. They are not defenseless. But as one passes by you, you would hear the same thing, Yuria. Help me.
Not today, Satan.
Her eyes narrow upon the will-o-wisp. Hag bait. She growls at it.
He moves into the next tent. Gently
Passing.
trying to wake Silurel, not knowing how Silurel wakes up.
Passing by Marana. Save us. Siluril does not wake up.
Hi.
Siluril's brows are very tightly knitted together currently, and you would see that there is portions of rime and frost forming along her hairline and her ears.
Alric.
Do I wake up, DM?
You tell me. Somebody's very softly saying your name.
Oh, she's been soft spoken. Yeah, nah. Is this loud snore to contrast?
I want nothing more than a will-o-wisp to just go, just get caught in that fucking vacuum.
Sucked down.
Hey, if it gets swallowed, it dies.
Last thing Willow says is, "Oh God, please no!"
Save me!
Very
This is
earnestly.
real, though. This is real. Help!
She would gently kick him if he wasn't getting up with a voice. Alric.
Yeah. The kick is good enough. He's kind of like.
I need you to stay calm. We have some things floating around camp. They're not particularly nice, but they're not aggressive yet, and I cannot wake Siluril.
You would hear right next to you, Alaric, as you wake up. Help me.
You can kind of tell that he was barely able to like assimilate what Ashilda was telling him, and then this voice just echoes into his ear. He's gonna take a swing at it.
Oh God!
I mean, he's not going to, it's not an actual attack. He just kind of flinches, you know?
By all means.
Like you're swatting a fly, kind of. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I just don't think he would hit the wisp either. You know, it's just kind of like a random flail in its direction as he turns and looks at it, and there's this bright light that I imagine suffocates and gutters every other portion of the tent.
Just roll me an roll me an unarmed attack.
Oh, you want me to hit it? Okay.
You're going to try to hit it.
A
Fair.
9 does not hit. You are not even close. You feel your hand almost like phase through a sort of bottom portion of it.
Yeah. Does anything happen with this?
As your hand pulls away, you could feel it incredibly cold, almost numb. And then you would hear again as it's passing by, phasing through the portion of the tent up above it. Save us.
He follows it as it just gets suckled through the cloth of the tent ceiling. And as he jerks his head to the right and sees Ashilda, it's this loud voice that does not respect her subtlety. What the hell is going on?
The wisps shudder.
They're will-o-wisps. They're not particularly nice all the time, but don't be aggressive. They haven't started anything, but they'll try and lure us off. But I need help. Siluril's not waking up, and she's icy cold.
Yeah, I don't even know what a will-o-wisp is. I don't want to roll that shit. Alaric would just not know.
By all means, brother.
She's just letting you know. Like, she gave you a brief description of, like, they're not nice, but they haven't started being aggressive yet. But I can't get Siluril up, is what she was emphasizing.
Marana, you would watch as one, almost away from the others, as they're very like languid movements. This one surges forward and almost looks like it connects with your chest before fading, the light vanishing.
DM.
One more time.
Where is it, DM?
It went into your chest.
What?
You would have watched the will-o-wisp. Compared to the others that are very soft movements, this one sort of barrels towards you and then flashes into your chest before fading.
Spins around looking at it. Looking for it, rather. What?
I don't remember the stories doing that.
the other one through the back of Yuria.
Does she even feel?
You would feel that icy cold grasp.
Her her expression says all as it like blanches and flattens.
Something's wrong.
You don't say. Why are we being woken up when these things are on top of us? And now inside of us. Don't let it. Oh. As it.
It's this very calm, gentle motion before just surging forward with this unnatural speed, slamming into the side of a Shilde, and then vanishing.
The absolute hell.
We're all going to pay I swear we're going to pay in a few minutes. These things are used by hags. She glances over to the other one and then proceeds to cast Eldritch Blast at it.
Okay.
Oh fuck, here we go.
Oh my god, I wanted to try and wake up Cyril before this happened.
Well,
Oh,
they're
Roll
going
me-
inside.
Roll me an attack roll.
Alright.
A 19 just hits.
Oh. Oh, goody.
Okay, we're gonna put a pause there. Real quick. We're gonna change up to music.
Oh, fuck me running.
Mm.
So they're not just motes of light, huh?
Nope.
I see.
They're
This
malevolent.
map's
They're
kind of
malevolent.
big. Huh.
These wisps, they're malevolent. They're malevolent. They're malevolent. I don't know.
Let's go ahead. Let's grab some combat music.
Oh,
And I need to grab the other ones now.
Oh, goody.
Bop, 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 bop. All right, everybody. Roll your initiative.
Where's my music? There it is.
I don't roll my initiative now. I thought I hit the button. There we go. So I'll have you roll your initiative at disadvantage, please.
Oh, I didn't even think I'd roll initiative.
Well, things will be happening on your turn.
Okay, controller up.
Control. Fantastic. Top of the initiative is the Will-O-Wisp.
Oh.
Why is it private? What? What's going on?
It will float forward, having been struck by the Eldritch Blast. And it is going to shock you, or attempt to. Ooh, a 9 does not hit.
Game is
I don't like where I'm currently standing.
You're right, that would be an 11, but that still doesn't hit. The next Will-O-Wisp goes. It's going to shock Ashilda. That's a natural 20.
game pop.
So you know that action I prepared prior to?
Yes. Although,
It's
waking up people? I'll allow it.
already centered on her protection, good and evil undead.
Okay.
And I can make it go off instantaneous.
Post a card.
Okay, second here. I know it says 10 minutes, but I have an ability that I can get it off in one action.
What ability is that?
Let me get it, and I will show you. I can do it once per day.
So am I broken? Cause, like everything's fucked up for me. I can't see initiative.
Never mind. I can't do that.
I think that's an intended
You're back.
feature.
Okay. So I assume the shock hits you then?
Correct.
Okay. That is 18 points of damage.
Fuck.
Marana Lamoria.
Oh, only 18.
That's half my HP.
It critted.
Neat.
What are you doing, Marana? With
Neato.
your knowledge, with your innate knowledge, I will let you. Why don't you roll me? Why don't you roll me a d6, and I will tell you one of its resistances.
Okay.
5. You would know that a will-o-wisp is resistant to non-magical physical.
I'm sure.
Gonna
No,
have a hard
literally,
time.
I'm sure.
We're going to have a hard time without magic weapons.
And I am going to disengage. Bonus action. And try and, as best I can, stab at this one.
Let's see it.
Flanking with Uria.
Indeed. A 19 would hit.
And that does sneak attack.
Lashing out towards that diaphanous material that makes up the will-o-wisp, you strike out and manage to actually land a hit. You would watch as the ectoplasm-like material that makes it up parts momentarily and then reforms itself.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Yeah, we'll just move back. Strike and run.
Okay. As your action, your bonus, and some of your movement, are you doing anything else?
Nope. Called out that magic weapons gonna be what we need here.
Good stuff. Yuria.
Oh, I want to use a spell, but, well, these things have a talk of opportunity, I suppose.
Only one way to find out.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Watch this be one of the ones that has Relentless Opportunist.
What does that mean?
Means it it makes multiple attacks for its opportunity attack.
Oh, I see. Yes, that's good. That's good.
What are you doing
Yeah.
surrounded by these malevolent spirits?
You know what? How far does this go? Oh, it's full movement. I'm a dissonant whisper, the injured one.
Oh, I think that's because you have it set to GM roll me.
No, it's private roll. Everything is private rolled. Like it told me that Kellen private rolled, Alaric private rolled, Sabine
yes.
private rolled.
That's part of the new module to hide monster initiatives until it's their turn. Once the monster has gone, once everybody has gone, everybody's initiative will be exposed on the second round of combat.
I knew it. Intended.
Okay. Like I sent it to you.
Perfect. Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
Discordant melody, a creature your choice can hear, racking with terrible pain. Must make a wisdom saving throw. Okay, the one that's hurt.
Yes.
That is a 15.
Fuck.
Target takes half as much damage and doesn't have to move away. Deafened creatures automatically succeed. I believe it's good. Half of that. More than enough, however.
That worked. With it dead, we have a bonus action. We do. We're going to bonus action Hexblade Curse. This guy.
All right. What is the hex?
It's Hexblade's Curse. I do extra damage.
Understood.
And then as a free action, she'll snarl at a shieldmate, get back. Unless you want to be caught in the crossfire. That's gonna be my turn.
Understood. Kellen Aldane.
Okay. Am I hidden?
Yes, for now.
Or no? This one appears dead, correct?
It have fallen to the floor, no longer emitting light.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see, from my angle, boop. I will use my new handy dandy Gloverino and fire at.
Bonus action, activate the bow.
Okay, it's bonus action to activate it?
Correct.
Alright. That's weird.
It's been on that item since you got it. Transformed property. Bonus action to activate the bow-like property.
Strange.
A silly man, this DM.
Yeah.
Fuck me, I
okay.
guess.
Yeah. I will fire at this one.
Let's see it.
Try to prevent some flanking nonsense from happening.
Being hidden, you would roll at advantage.
Ooh, I like that.
Natural 20.
He's got a magic bow.
Indeed.
Full damage. These aren't like monstrosities, are they?
No.
Nothing else. Crap.
They're undead.
Wow.
The arrow does find purchase. And unlike the rapier strike from Marana, that arrow not only sinks through the will-o-wisp and like punches through it, it would leave behind a hole in that diaphanous material. It isn't able to really reconstruct itself.
But it's not below its hit point maximum, so that is that, I guess. I don't think I have anything else just yet. Huh. Do I have to use the psionic flame before or after the fact?
Generally, you would call it as you're hitting.
Gotcha. I didn't know if it worked like before or after like a smite. Well, I guess some of the smites have different rules, so. But yeah, okay. Well, if we call it beforehand, that's fine. I was just curious. Okay. Well,
All right.
if that is that, and I've bonus action and I've attacked, so yeah, I'm good.
All right. The will-o-wisp goes. It will actually vanish.
Uh-oh. Is that it?
Perfect.
So it's gone forever, right?
Sure.
Awesome.
With its movement.
We did it.
Perfect. The other will-o-wisp is going to go, and this one's going to shock Yuria, or attempt to.
Stop.
A 7 does not hit. And it sort of floats over. Alaric sat upon the floor.
Aye. Yeah. Okay. I would say that. Alright, yeah. With a savage roar, Alaric the Karim surges out and through the opening of his tent. Verdict wielded under the tight grasp of a white knuckle grip, having heard Morana's instructions. Seeing Yuria assailed, he surges forward in a rage. His movement a violent blur as he takes a broad, reckless swing at the back of the wisp, while his body undergoes the flurry of crunching bone, swelling muscle, and the forming reshaping that comes with it. So
raging?
that is, yes, absolutely, always, baby. Let me pop that, get the nice red and blue flame. And our attack will be reckless, as I narrated.
Okay.
I'm also doing, yeah. Also, my AC is down to 15 because he cannot use the shield while using Verdict, as it is a two-handed weapon.
That's
Anyway,
it.
yeah.
You can also manually adjust that by unequipping the shield on your sheet.
Oh, cool.
24 hits. Because
It's
Verdict is
15
a
damage.
magical weapon.
Verdict doesn't have rage added to it, so it, yeah.
All right. More than enough. Again, sort of slamming, you would cause the diaphanous material to reshape. No longer this sort of free-floating sphere, instead becomes distorted on one side, like a flattened edge.
So he essentially caved it in on one end.
Indeed.
Nice. Yeah, that's my turn.
A shoulder.
Hilda's going to heed Yuri's advice and try and back away.
You don't need a disengaged smile.
Well, I was getting there. Disengage for an action. Moving back towards. So disengage is my full turn, so.
Anything for a bonus action?
I don't think I have anything that I can really use. So, no.
Understood. We'll say that's your turn then, yeah?
Correct.
Sillaril,
Yes, dear.
you are currently having a nightmare. Yours is a vision of a frozen tundra,
Oh, that's not a nightmare.
and you are wandering through it. Bereft of your armor and your clothing, lacking any weapons aside from the flail. And as you stride through the wilderness, you feel the cold cling to you. And for a moment, you feel at ease, comfortable. But then you would watch as you step portions of the bottom of the soles of your feet being ripped away by the ice and snow. You leave behind bloody tracks as you wander through the wild, cold and alone. I need you to roll me a charisma saving throw.
Oh, come on.
Ego weapon, yay!
Hey.
Who needed that? Those two charisma points. They were just holding
You
you
would
back.
hear this low, draconic growl that emanates from your chest. You still slumber.
All right, so maybe the two charisma was pretty useful.
Having been hit, the Will-O-Wisp is going to attack Alaric with a shock
At advantage.
at advantage. That is a 23, dealing 8 points of lightning damage.
That hurts.
Ooh, and I need a... Ooh. Hey, buddy.
What's that?
What's your hit dice again?
It's it's a 1d12, sir.
Perfect. Can you roll one of your hit dice for me?
What? Why?
You're about to find out. Ooh, not that much. But enough.
Yeah.
As the Will-O-Wisp tears... Actually, you need to take that 7 away because you just healed yourself. As it strikes you with that lightning, you would watch as it sort of pulls this essence away from you. You would watch that area that you had caved in sort of form again. Marana Lemuria.
Oh, neat. Hate that. Well. We're gonna move in. And we're gonna try to attack.
Let's see it.
Nope.
A 15 is not enough. Striking out with the rapier, it finds no purchase.
And then into the trees. Bonus action hide.
Okay. Like I told Kellen, getting into the trees, these trees are very low to the ground. So getting into these trees, you're sort of like scruffing yourself up and pushing yourself through the pines and everything like that.
Okay.
So yeah, go ahead and use your, go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Okay.
Burying yourself in the pine, you believe you are hidden. Are you doing anything else on your turn?
That's everything.
Understood. Yuria Zairi,
Oh my goodness.
surrounded by wisps.
Yes. I'm gonna move a slightly bit right here.
They tag you.
Nice. I expected them to. How much pain do I cause everyone else?
I'm ready.
Are you ready? I'm ready. Ooh. No, we won't do that yet. We're gonna hex. We're gonna hex this guy. Bonus action hex this guy, who also has the hex blade curve. Huggers. He's gonna get reduced. Fucking. I guess. Dex checks.
Okay.
Why not?
Dex checks. You got it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, none of the other ones do anything,
It's
and I don't
super
see.
dexterous. Yep.
It's
That's-
yeah.
yep.
Is it? Wow.
You
wait,
know
really?
it, baby.
Oh my god. Bang. Ignore that d6. I don't know why it rolls that.
It's the damage you would do when you hit.
Oh,
It's
Wow.
assuming that you are attacking.
it's assuming wrong. Although that's a sick. You know what? Let's just use that 25 for my next attack. We don't have to worry about rolling against my.
What are you attacking with?
We're gonna attack with Mind Sliver.
Intelligence.
Yeah.
Ooh. That does it.
Fuck.
2 psychic damage.
Oh, really? Nice.
And 1d4 for the next saving throw it makes for the end of your next turn. Understood.
Yes, and a 1d6 for the hex.
Indeed. Your hex damage is necrotic.
Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh
Let's
shit.
see it, baby.
Fuck me.
Nice.
God
Reduced
damn.
to 1.
Nice. Well, hey, at least it didn't heal. Smile.
And it's healed to full.
Yeah.
No.
All right. And then she'll look over like during this fight and see that Citadel's still snoozing and curse, and send a telepathic message as a free action into her head with the curt phrase, "Wake up."
Ooh. Give me just a second. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna jump into that.
That's horrifying. Why is he leaving?
Yeah, why is he leaving?
What?
I guess take a leak.
I hope so, because otherwise he's going into like Momo's room. He's like, "Hey, I gotta tell you something."
I'll tell on him if he comes over here.
I need Isaac.
I don't know how to tell you this, but you're fucked.
Hey, so this is actually your villain arc. Don't tell anyone, but you're actually gonna try to kill the party from now on.
You're on
sus.
out. This is you now. Don't fight it.
Have you ever heard of the hit game Among Us?
Incredibly sorry. I had to piss. Uriel, please roll me a charisma saving throw.
Welcome back.
What? All right, now, just to elaborate, this isn't the telekinetic link.
I know. You are probing her mind, yes?
No.
You're shooting telepathy
Yes. Into her.
to
head.
her?
Yes, but it's not a connection. Okay, it's not the aberrant mind one. It's the feet.
I know.
Okay. Fuck you.
Damn.
23. You do not fall unconscious. But your message does not go through,
I see. I'm being put on
as you are met back with this deep, bellowing, draconic roar inside your own head.
Well, that definitely gets her attention as she staggers. What in the God's name? Oh, that'd be my turn.
Understood. Killing Aldane.
I'm assuming I'm no longer hidden. However,
Hey, you're not a rogue, lad.
no.
Rogues can't stay hidden either when they attack.
They
I
can do their
suppose
bonus action to like hide and do stuff. Like everybody who's not has to generally spend their whole action.
Yeah, you need Skulker for that.
I don't suppose that one that I pinged has any damage to it yet, because I would like to do the damage if I can.
Are you attacking it?
I'm asking if it's been hit yet.
I think you're it hit it.
I think
It has
Not
been
by
hit.
anything you would see, but it's safe
It's-
to assume.
Oh, yeah. It hasn't been hit by like a ranged attack.
Yeah, no melee or anything like that. You'd have seen shadows coalescing around its form.
Oh, fuck it. I would like to use... First thing I'll do is a bonus action, and I will target the bonus action for Hunter's Mark. This guy. See a little bit of bloody there. Do like the bloody. I'm going to cast the spell. Thank you very much. I don't know why it rolls, but whatever.
Same reason as Hex. It assumes you're attacking.
Yeah. There's a Hunter's Mark, and now I will attack. And hope that things happen.
21 hits.
Cool, 21.
14 points is more than enough. Driving that arrow through the corpse, or through the floating material. You punch a hole through it.
Poof. Cool. I'll use my bonus action on my attack, so I am done for now.
Okay. That one leaves the field.
Back to the mud.
This one?
No. The other one. That turned invisible. Like this one's about to do.
Oh.
All right. Alaric.
Good sir. I was attacking this turn cycle, so I don't have to fear losing my rage, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you were attacked by the Will-O-Wisp that took a hit die.
Yeah, I think Alaric would cast his gaze around, looking for a neck to cut, and find no wisp inside, right?
Roll me a perception check.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're great at those. Amazing at those.
Indeed. And your perceptive elven eyes reveal that there are no more floating lights.
Yeah. Step up here. Get a wide-ranging look at everybody involved except Morana. And he'd step into the tent. And we're gonna hold our attack action for any possible intruder interfering with our sleep in Siluriel.
Understood. Ashilda.
I am going to... They all disappeared. She's gonna try and assess the situation quickly.
You want my perception?
Guys are just not seeing anything today. Like,
Your
in real life
dwarven
and in
eyes
game.
reveal nothing. As you peer around, seeing that whatever threats were present have sort of turned into this thick sludge on the floor where they fell. Otherwise, there are no more floating lights. With this knowledge, what are you doing?
Going to move into the tent and try and get Siluriel awake.
Okay. And just for my own curiosity, with these lights having dispersed, is there anything else the party is doing? Are you leaving camp to go hunt them down? What's the plan?
I think waking Siluriel is more prominent. So,
Are we still on initiative?
This is why I'm asking. If we are staying in initiative or not.
Bro, ain't nobody going out to hunt no wisps in the woods. You know, you're mine.
You're adventurers. I don't think a lot of things about adventurers.
We're not?
You being eating gas? No.
Why not? Think of the adventure.
With that, then, we'll end initiative. As the Will-O-Wisps that did flee eventually would make their way out of the field.
Yuria cast Detect Thoughts to make sure that the disappearing will-o-wisps are not nearby.
Aside from the nearest emotions of your companions, you would not hear anything else.
Illyro being asleep, I'm going to cast command on her and say wake.
What's your spell casting modifier?
It's a DC 13 wisdom.
No. What's your spell casting modifier?
Mine is
Int
intelligence.
or wisdom? Int?
Int.
Please roll me an intelligence check. No. You are met with a very loud and threatening growl inside your own head.
Sensing the presence is no longer there, Yuria turns on her heels, wide-eyed. She takes off her helm, glaring down at, like over a shield's shoulder to Sillaril. Something is keeping her asleep. Something.
Like, as you say that, and she tried command and it spoke in her head, was that a fucking dragon?
You heard it too.
Yeah, I just tried to get her to wake up.
I tried.
Dragon? Explain.
When I tried to telepathically command her to awaken, I was met with a rebellious roar that nearly put me under.
I tried to do the same. It was the same thing.
Perhaps it was the spirits affecting her in some way.
The spirits are gone. She looks down to Sillaril's form. How easy is it to see the like the frost?
It's very easy. As it's begun to spread,
Oh,
you would see that along her cheeks and jaw is where ice has begun to cling to the skin. Portions of her hair are tinily bound together as if windswept. She looks as though she is actively freezing alive.
is she any particular pose or anything?
Siluro, how are you sleeping?
Well, she was sleeping on her side. With her arm rested under her head. Kind of just holding her gear close.
With the ice being present, I feel as like, please don't get mad at me for doing this. It's the only thing I can think of.
Wait. Are you going to shake her?
No, I'm gonna burn her.
You're going to but no, you're not.
I'm not gonna fully burn her. I'm gonna try and shock her awake.
You're going to No, you're not going to hurt her.
DM, quick DM question.
Yes. What's up?
He's typing to you.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Ooh.
I love secrets.
Cluck.
One moment. Stand by. It would be very strong.
Is it quite clearly coming from it?
Why don't you roll me investigation or perception?
Very well.
Oh, it's coming from it.
Ah.
You would see, Silveril, when you say you're holding your equipment, how are you holding your flail?
Well, she keeps her weapons very near to her. Usually she'll sleep with her as Wayhander, but more recently she has started sleeping with the flail. It's just easier to hold, and
Absolutely.
the hilt doesn't propose as much damage to
Absolutely.
her companions when waking up.
You would
It
see,
would be in her chest area, and her arms are wrapped around it, hand on the end.
It's probably like a passive source of coal as well, right? Maybe.
well, Yuria, with Silveril holding the flail as tightly as she is, you would see that a large source of the ice is emanating from it, wrapping itself around her arms and sort of binding them together.
Yuria holds a hand up before Shield starts to burn Silveril. Wait. Her eyes flick to Alric. Do you remember Haines' grimoire?
She poses the question. The half-race verdict that he had prepared to swing at a shield is lower down. Yeah, sure.
You remember what happened to it? She says as she slowly begins to draw her own transparent blade. Slowly, casually.
No.
You see her take the blade into both hands, holding it blade down in a striking motion, or a preparing to strike down. You see her align it, basically with the mace, getting a good angle. Silveril has a bad habit of touching things that don't meld well with her, or perhaps anyone. The grimoire nearly killed her. Seems this might as well. And she raises.
Go ahead.
You see her raise her blade, prepared to basically strike at the mace.
This flail has been with her for a while now. Before you make any conclusions, let's try to at least wake her up the normal way. The normal, honest, giving her a good shake way.
She gives you a dubious look, but she holds, basically, waiting for you to do that.
Yeah.
Putting a
with
pause
this...
there.
Oh, okay.
Silveril. As you continue to travel through the tundra, the cold whipping at your skin, causing your hair to thrash about, as some of it has begun to form into clumps, being so tightly bound in ice, you would feel right at home. And then you would hear it, the beating of wings. Roll me a perception check, Silveril.
Okay.
16. Out of the corner of your eye, you would see it amidst all of the sort of violent flurries of ice and snow. You would see the beating of wings, large, looming. And peering through the kicked up ice, you would see this vibrant, almost blue-white light that looks at you. And you would hear that deep snarl. Eventually, you would hear or feel the crash. You would feel the ground beneath you tremble under the weight of something massive. Staring forward, you would see it. This monstrous creature. Beautiful white scales, adorned with segments of ice that are interlocked between, almost looking akin to crystals or diamonds. You would watch as it rears its head, numerous horns jutting from its maw. You would watch as its lips peel apart, revealing gnashing, jagged teeth that curl around each other as rime kicks up, a haze forming at the edges of its lips. And you would feel compulsion.
Yeah. What do I feel compelled to do? Oh!
I need you to roll me another charisma saving throw.
Oh, goody.
Silverol,
Yeah.
your beautiful golden tattoos
No.
change. They are stark white, and the projections given from them are a soft blue color. Holding yourself before this immense white dragon, you find yourself in his service. The servant of Nizathoris. And as this bellowing dragon roars, Alaric, I believe you were attempting to wake up Silvera.
Yeah, they grab her shoulder and give her a shake.
How hard do you shake her?
He only knows hard, I'm afraid.
And that's what it is. Shoving her harshly, Silveril, your eyes would snap open. And for a moment, that yellow and blue in your eyes is replaced with nothing but blue.
Would we notice when she opens them?
You would. So you'll notice I've updated your character sheet. There are 2 new conditions that are on your character. You'll note them under resistances and vulnerabilities.
Oh. Oh. I see. That's fine. This is fine.
Silveril, you wake up
Is it?
surrounded by your friends, aside from 2 of them who are keeping overwatch to make sure no other horrible monsters descend upon the party.
Pretty much.
You see Yuria looming over you, looking like she's about to stab you with her blade.
Did I do something wrong? Or does it look like you're about to strike me?
Her tattoos have visibly changed color.
You can't see her tattoos.
Okay.
Her tattoos
Snap, snap,
are only
snap.
Yeah, her tattoos are only on parts of her body that are currently covered in her like down clothes.
Your eyes are different.
Huh?
Your eyes, they're different.
How so?
They've changed color, Siluril. And he would level Verdict.
So off of its reflection, she can see the glow of her own eyes.
What happened?
We just fought some little motes of light. Electrical, I don't know. You were asleep, wouldn't wake up. Not to the screaming or the violence. And now you're different. Why?
Uh,
Do I remember my dream? Yeah.
You do.
It's kind of dawning moment, like rushes to her, and she just sits there, like her hand reaching up to hold her head.
I had a nightmare.
You had a nightmare.
Yuria slowly begins to sheath her blade. There's almost a look of disappointment on her face as the blade is put away.
A scoff from Alaric.
Yes. There was a escape of cold, nothing but cold. Shh. Every step I took, part of me was left behind. And then there was this beating in my ears. Then before me was a great beast. Scales of white, teeth of jagged ice.
Anything else?
And it pointed its words at me and told me to serve.
He, taking this in, digesting it, looks to Juria for insight.
Yuria has a smile on her face that has no mirth to it, as cold as perhaps the mace that was on Silurul's, clasped in Silurul's hands. And what did you tell it, Silurul?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I did not say anything. There was a...
She pauses before looking over to Alaric.
a thunder. And I woke here.
It did not need an answer then.
What do you mean?
You are a vessel. Congratulations.
Huh? What are you talking about?
She nods her head to the mace. And you see her chew on her lip, looking up to the night sky. Is it really a night for secrets?
Hmm?
All right. I suppose it is.
Who are you talking to?
I'll show you. You see her walk towards the logs, and a flick of her hand, and the campfire goes out. She sits down.
Oh, spooky stories for Halloween. Everybody
Gather
gather around the
around,
campfire.
my friends.
I love you.
And you see her draw her blade in the dark. And it is no longer transparent. But you see a moonlit teal aura around it, making up what was once a transparent, almost colorless blade. Are you guys gonna gather around, or am I just gonna be left? Like, come on, man, this is an important moment, bro.
Yeah, I think Alaric would scoop Siluril from underneath an arm, kind of like help her, but also intently pull her up to her feet and bring her out to the medicine woman by the snuffed fire.
Yeah,
I feel that
Silveril would unconsciously grip at her like her flail, dragging it behind her.
Ashilda will eye that blade, looking at Yuria.
Yuria looks at shielding, sort of like a, oh, yes, you're here. You see almost pang of regret on her face, but having already been committed, she hardens herself and continues. This is Gargalad.
Siluril, come here.
Sorry,
is-
I was hoping it was.
Joe, come here.
Get your ass.
Waving her over like an impatient dad.
Dragging her over.
Get over here.
She hovers her hand over the blade. Her face seems to be wary of it, and yet the hand seems to almost caress the glowing blade. Gargalad and I have go back a long time. But since I've reached Tyros, poor Gargalad has been trying to make me its vessel. She looks up to Siluro. And now you have one of your own, it seems.
Huh?
What was the blade called again? Sorry, the mace.
I don't know if it has a name.
The moment
flail.
you show that uncertainty, Siluril, this flood of emotion, this words push themselves to the forefront of your mind. You are a servant. You are meant to serve, and you would hear the name Nizathris.
She would mutter it out, like almost incoherently, but to herself, unknowing she said it.
Being close, did Alaric hear it?
If if you're close to her, she's muttering. Absolutely.
Who? Who is that? He sort of stoops over her, leaning in with the evil eye, trying to suss it out of her.
Who is... What?
You said something. What did you mean? Who is that?
She looks down at the maze.
Looking down at it, you feel that comfort that washes over you. And that low rumble that resonates inside of your mind. You know who it is. Your master.
Oh, she ain't gonna like that.
That's my
Miriam.
Kind of mutters off.
the moon. The flare.
The what?
The flare. The dragon.
The dragon?
Hmm.
The flail?
Yes.
All right, give it.
No.
No.
I mean,
You don't want to give this thing up.
no. No one should touch it.
No one should touch it. Dragon in the flail spoke to you, and you don't want us to touch it.
Yes, what if it is to speak to you as well?
I have something to say.
He says this aloud.
I do not want this to befall you.
Of course not. Brave dear Silyrin. I knew we weren't so different after all.
We are very different. Explain.
She
Be specific.
gestures to her own blade, then gestures to Cyril's mace. We are both daughters, inheritors. We both know that there is a certain way of thing, but our position demands that we hide the truth from others, if need be.
What? I do not hide truth.
Hmm.
Shilda would get this look on her face, assessing the words that Silverill's saying. All right, Silverill, none of us will touch it. Can you do me a favor and set it down so I can get a look at it? I promise no one's going to lay a hand on it.
It would better serve to not be within grasp of anyone.
That's fine. We're not going to touch it. Just show me that you can put it down.
What does this greedy dwarf want?
With all due respect,
You can't, can you?
Bastard thing down, Siluriel.
She would motion to set it between her legs on the ground.
Oh no. I want your hands off and I want you to move away.
You don't command me. No anyone else here. We are not to command each other.
Not a command. Show me that you can do it, because right now I have a great concern for you, my dear. And you're not making it any lighter.
And charisma moment.
Take your concern and I want to hear what Yoya has to say. before I release it.
Before you release it, then. Well, if it's anything like my blade, there's more than just a sharp edge, or in your case, a blunt object at the end. A dragon for you, it seems like. For me, well, I haven't had the pleasure of seeing its true form face to face. I know what it wants, though. I suspect yours might want something similar. Is it hungry, Cyril?
Hungry.
Hungry.
There's this low rumble of approval.
From the way the dragon looked in my dream, I would say it could eat.
And what do you think it wants to eat?
Whatever dragons eat.
What do weapons eat?
Cyril's come perplexed by this question.
Yuria sighs. The sort of tension somewhat diminished. Flesh, Cyril. Blood and flesh.
Why didn't you say that then? Why are you being all
Cometh.
smarmy?
She shrugs. Perhaps I'm a little dramatic.
He looks incredibly perplexed.
Cyril von Ashford. I have a very simple question for you that is yes or no.
I mean, most yes or no questions can be very, screwed upon.
Very simple yes or no. Will you serve?
As a native Tarosian, with a very high regard for dragon. I don't think she would.
Is that a no?
She would not serve a white dragon. No. If she had a willing choice, she would not serve a white dragon.
Understood. What are you doing, party?
I'm feeling a little, very confused.
Now's the time to speak up, brother.
Silverhill's just like, I don't. Huh?
I mean, that's it. Does Siluriel get anything else from being self-assertive and all that?
Nothing
I'm
you would see.
assuming we'll find out.
But yeah, we're all incredulously looking at Siluriel, waiting for her to step away from the flail, as circumstances go.
Siluriel,
Yes.
what do you think of your new companion?
I am unsure what all of it means.
Ah, yes. I can sympathize with that. Her hand again, sort of hovering, almost stroking the blade, but not quite touching the glowing metal. The problem is that they never really tell you everything, do they? Except what they want. What does your weapon want?
Power.
She just mutters that. Completely absent, like, minded. After she mutters it, she just kind of looks at Iria.
Is that what you want?
Is what I want.
I don't know. Whatever you said.
What do you mean?
How loud did she mutter this?
Oh, you'd have heard it. She was
Okay.
looking at you and she goes, power. And then she'd go,
Gotcha.
hmm?
Do you want, Ward of Ashford? Do you want power?
You feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up as you hear this low
Don't need power.
You see this sort of gentle nod. You see, they won't tell you everything, but it is important that your goals are aligned.
You're talking to her as though she's supposed to keep this thing.
She flicks her gaze to Alric. If she agrees with its goals, why not?
We don't even know what its goals truly are. Why trust it?
Didn't you hear?
I heard, Yuria, and this is not the right time to laugh, much less at my family's expense.
She kind of pauses and she goes,
Besides, I would never serve a white.
and she kind of just like rubs her forehead with her free hand.
You can feel that pull on the back of your head, as if something is gripping it, holding it in place. You try to finish the sentence and find yourself stammering. You will serve.
I would never serve a. I would.
Her face, Yuria's face, alights as she leans forwards and puts her hand on your knee, almost like a friend would, and she leans in. We are more alike And she whispers, almost as if like her own blade might hear. I won't be a vessel either. I am a ruler, not a servant.
I don't care about ruling so much as I would never serve a white.
You eventually feel that pull relent, relaxing its grasp against the back of your neck. And just for the briefest of moments, you would watch of what appeared to be the claw marks, frozen over like frost, before they dissipate and fade. This massive claw. And eventually that chill, that biting cold that emanates from the head of the flail subsides momentarily, relaxing, allowing the natural warmth compared to the cold that came from this weapon. The cold of the night appears almost warmer in comparison. And as that calm settles, and as everybody has their attention directed on Sillaril, that's where we're going to end it for tonight.
There it is.
Oh, come on.
There it is.
I'll never serve a white. Never serve a white dragon.
What if they had a pension plan, though?
They have free dental.
They're
Oh my God.
chromatic. Corrosion?
What if they have early retirement?
Might as well throw me in the cult.
Oof, man, no wonder this mace doesn't get anywhere in life.
It's a flail.
You're right.
You got dropped in Tyros. It's like, God damn it.
Fuck!
Why this place?
Why couldn't I be in the Elflands? They'd totally take me.
Every fucking peasant it comes across, it's like, ew, chromatic, and just throws it in the trash.
Oh my God, no.
Oh.
Throws it away.
That's why it wasn't like Haynes Keep in like the bottom of a dresser somewhere.
They get
Oh,
like
cringe.
triple advantage on like their charisma.
Yeah. That's the plot twist, right? Is when DM
Please.
he's desperate.
Nobody wants me.
This place fucking sucks.
That's the plot twist, is when he makes you like sympathize with the mace that wants to control you, and he's like, "I just wanted a friend," as it dies.
I would never
I would
never emotionally manipulate a player through an object. Never.
I do like my shiny objects. Damn you, shiny
Oh, shit.
objects.
Thank you guys so much for playing tonight. It's always a great joy to be able to play with you guys. We will meet up for episode 42 on the 5th of November. Or lied, the 4th of November.
Whoa, on the 5th too? That's crazy.
Yeah, 2 days in a row, baby.
Wow.
I feel like you asked if I'd serve, and if I'd said yes, you'd have changed my alignment.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I feel like you had it hovering.
What? That's
I don't know.
crazy.
That's very
What?
That would be-
presumptuous.
Bro, Sillaril turning bad before Yuria turned bad? What the fuck?
I mean, she did lie recently. I mean, maybe, you know.
You know, you lie that's it. You lie once
You
and
lie
it's just
once.
gone.
What a
Chaotic evil.
lie.
Already I'm seeing a progressive shift.
Lawful good? No. Chaotic
feel
evil.
I
I'm
knew
sure
she was
looking
rotten.
at that mace
Steal.
being like, okay, maybe we need to contact Arcanist Bright more sooner than
Yeah.
later.
You steal like one thing of gum and it's just you just turn evil. That's how it happens.
Sooner than later.
My villain arc, okay?
Ooh,
That
girl.
that flail's gonna
Slay.
get grabbed and thrown into the fucking river.
What do you mean?
It's my best dealing weapon.
Nah,
Leave it alone.
Quit
But
with
I
your
thought you
Smeagol
liked the
act.
Zweihander.
I do.
No wonder she hasn't been using it ever. Everything
you-
makes sense now.
Correct.
Yeah, that shit's getting
brother.
fucking thrown, defenestrated into the nearest fucking river.
It's even worse because like my other weapon, my Zweihander, it's also very reminiscent of dragon. So it's like I'm just like, this one's better.
Yikes.
Your tattoos have changed color.
Your eyes have changed color. And eventually, Silver von Ashford.
Oh, it's okay. They always do that, you know. They get hungry.
What the fuck? Juria's fucking sick, bro.
Yeah, she is. She's fucking
She's
lit.
sick. Holy shit.
For real. She just like me.
Dude,
She
treating
God.
Siluriel like she's a terminal fucking patient.
Dude, it was,
It was
Oh, she's
insane.
like, you're an initiate. You got
loved
this.
the role play. You're
Oh,
just
honey.
like me. You're just like me. We won't
Honey.
serve.
We won't serve. Smile.
That was
girl boss.
good stuff. For as long as the players wish to stick around, you may use your channel points to highlight any questions pertaining to the game, the players, the party, myself, NPCs, combat, the likes. And for all the new people who followed, welcome. Hello. I'm the Crown DM. This is my 5th edition homebrew world, the world of Atis, of which Cometh the Fall takes place in. These lovely people you see in this Discord call are the lovely players who bring it all to life.
Hi, that's me. I do that. We do that.
Yeah.
Sometimes we resuscitate it too.
Yeah.
I just watch for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're real, like, just like
A
bench
real
warmer. Don't do
spectator.
anything.
Yeah, wallflower.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's going to be a sad day when Siluro meets her gold friend again.
Oh, it won't.
If she meets them again.
What do you fucking mean if? You better shut your mouth.
Ooh, goth face.
How has your... Ooh, this is a good one. We're going to go down the line. How has your character changed in actual RP compared to how you envision them in Session 0? We'll start with Aloe Rick.
Well, actually, Alaric, compared to Session 0, has changed much. In fact, when I wrote up the character, I envisioned a much more cowardly, flawed, and unredeemable sort of nobleman. Young, very venomously ambitious, very reminiscent of Juria in a way,
Yo, what the fuck?
and less controlled by his emotions, less raw, much more cautious, full of cunning. And I wanted to make him a kind of anti-paladin eventually. And seeing the party composition afterwards, I kind of changed my mind along the way. I decided I wanted someone more raw, someone I could build more into. Not good, not bad, a kind of in-between, sort of tilting to good, but taught to be bad.
A flawed guy who doesn't think he is so.
What? No, he definitely thinks it's flawed. What?
A chat.
You haven't been paying attention.
Kellen.
I kind of went like originally with this like concept of like a kind of young and like maybe even reckless at times, or even reckless a lot just because of like his youth and everything. And he's sort of turned into more of like an attempt to sort of be a voice of reason, even though he gets like overridden constantly. I mean, he's more compromising, as it turns out, than I intended for him to be, where he'll brush some shit off that, probably wouldn't normally. I think that's kind of one of the big ones, actually, is that he just, he'll take insults. Like the one time that he snapped, he was kind of like, he went off on Alaric and then later apologized. And then like today when he's like, he said some comment about him not understanding stuff. So, and he just, instead of getting mad, he just kind of said, yeah, fuck it. So he's definitely I feel like maybe flexing that higher wisdom score a bit more than I had intended originally, but I'm not really disappointed by it either. Oh yeah.
By the way, Alaric was about to say some shit if the constable hadn't interrupted. That was great that he did.
Marana.
I feel like some of the initial way I've designed Marana, kind of a young and a bit naive of the world, is still there. But one thing that I'm realizing more and more as I play her is, quite frankly, the depths of her anger. She's someone who's always had to sort of just sit back and take the abuse as it was, and just kind of swallow her pride and navigate her way through life, either by being small or unnoticed, or just frankly not drawing people's attention. And kind of in an environment where, you know, the gatekeepers of that, her family, are no longer present, she's kind of able to unpack a lot of that anger, and not sure what she's going to do with it.
So, Ashilde, how did Sabine turn into a shield?
Well,
I should explain.
well, when
How
I
did you get
started,
so short?
when I started out this campaign, I pictured myself a good-looking prostodon ASMR, just trying to move her way up and find the appropriate way to serve her deity, because that was her ultimate goal, was to move up in the ranks of the Order of the Rose. And then, well, that ability to serve presented itself in a mighty way, and she did that, and I ended up a dwarf wizard.
And here we are. I went from smoking hot to this.
Smoking hot. What?
Yep.
It's awfully presumptuous, Alec. I wasn't saying she wasn't. But you calm yourself there, brother.
I'm just speaking the truth.
Wow.
Filling in the blanks that you yourself left.
Cello real.
I guess the best way to phrase it is I went from thought to tot, because I'm about the size of a child.
Shut up.
Gross.
Shut
That
up.
I don't like. That
Shut
I don't like.
up. Shut
yeah,
up.
shut up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never again.
Yeah.
Cello real.
I would say she I had originally wanted her to be more stoic. But this is the first time I've ever played a character that is not chaotic. So I'm still trying to learn the ropes of it, and I as a player think that is what's affecting that most. But she's pretty similar to how I originally had wanted to play her. But I think that's because I have like a little lawful good cheat sheet that I pull up every session that helps me guide my like decisions.
Nice. Cheating, pog.
Yeah, it's like the tenets of a lawful good character.
Thou
really
shalt not steal because it's funny. I mean, that's not cheating. That's called having principles. God damn.
And finally, Yuria.
Well.
How much has Yuria changed, smiley face?
Well, she was gonna be a lot worse starting out. She was also going to be a lot more loyal to her sword. Starting out, she was going to be much more with the with the blade, and it's kind of mutated with the recent dungeon that we did to more emphasis on sort of the telepathic side. So I think that isn't really. I'm not upset by that. That's sort of just how the lore went, and I think it's pretty neat. She was gonna be a lot more selfish than before. I made her better so that she
More?
would more. Me.
Right.
She's gonna be
Me.
way worse. You
She's gonna
better
be a
count your
lot.
stars.
She was gonna be the one who kind of like filled in like the quirky rogue, except for stealing. She'd be making back alley deals with like thugs while everyone's like having a good time. I've tamed her a lot, so that she remains within the party and doesn't get kicked out or killed. Also, because people who are over dramatically evil, I didn't want to like go over the top with like the cartoon villain. So that was the
You're
only
already
thing.
a cartoon villain to me.
You're a cartoon villain.
Well, I'm not.
Alaric is the cartoon villain.
You're-
Peasantry.
What? How is that cartoonish?
You're the antagonist from Popeye. You know that?
This man makes me play a noble.
I didn't make you play on. Shut up.
You want Alaric to just get on his knees and wash their feet?
Yeah, she was basically going to be going off and doing her little side quests with Gogglelad, where Gogglelad basically gives her naughty things to do that the party wouldn't notice. But then Gogglelad wanted me to kill a PC first thing out the gate, and I was like, ooh, but...
What?
What?
He didn't
What?
want you. He didn't
What
want you to kill
PC?
a PC right out the gate.
Are you sure? 'Cause
Yeah.
he showed me an image of Kellen dead.
Yeah, he was showing you what happens when you play around.
Yeah, okay, I see. I thought that was, please kill Kellen for me, by
God,
the way.
no.
Smile.
God,
I
no.
took that as, I want you to do this. See this? See, look at this. Big pointer. This, do this.
No.
Oh, okay, see, so there's
That's
a little lost in
hilarious.
translation.
I mean, that's totally what she took from it. So I love that she's
Yeah.
like, I'm not killing Kellen.
I'm not
The
killing
sword's
Kellen.
like, no, that's not what I meant.
Wow, you're found a fuck.
Goggolad's like, that's not what I
It
meant.
was just a
Bye."
metaphor. Wow. Puts hands on hips. Really?
That's what you think of me? Oh. Just like gets upset at you.
What was that about emotionally manipulating players with objects in games? Yes, it's what I do. Smile.
Not just with
I love
objects, just kind of in general, to be honest
I
with
love
you.
my objects. I love my shiny things that tell me to snuff the light.
What else have I manipulated you with, Kellen, if not objects?
NPCs.
Who?
Every one of them that we love.
Just don't love them.
See, little baby man. I haven't manipulated you with NPCs yet.
Wait, stop making us like them then, huh? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, just wait. Major Starlord, thank you very much for the 100 biddies. That's incredibly kind of you. If Silverworld doesn't want the flail, she can give it to Shane so he can protect himself. What a great
That's
idea,
so
Frosty Gators.
thoughtful. That's
Incredibly
so
thoughtful.
What's wrong with you?
Wow.
Stop.
Oh my god, bro.
Genius. I love it.
Like,
10 out of 10.
You know?
That is
Funny.
some like 5-head big
Giga
brain
brain.
thinking. Yeah.
That galaxy brain meme.
I'll take it.
It's handing the obviously possessed weapon to Shane. Here you go,
Shane,
bud.
this is for you. Here you go. You've been
This
doing a
help
great
you.
job. Yeah, this really, it helped me having a cursed sword. I mean,
Do I want to serve? Yeah,
don't-
I'll serve.
what? Yeah.
Uh,
So who?
Due to D&D having the terrible habit of us projecting hopes, insecurities, traumas, has there been moments in this or past campaigns that has helped you work through things? No need to be specific. Has
No.
D&D helped you work through traumas?
Oh,
and/or-
D&D. I thought you meant this campaign. I was like, no, this made it worse.
Yeah, this campaign is
Oh, wow.
just-
Smile.
Yeah.
Why would you smile? But
Why wouldn't? Why? He's like, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd say
Who
D&D
goes first, huh?
I'd say D&D has caused and also for me personally, has caused pain and trauma, but it also is kind of an escapism thing, and I enjoy it. So
I can't say that there's anything that it's like had me work through. I think it's just a really good outlet for my creativity, and it's the bonus, or perhaps maybe that's the bonus. But the main thing is like it lets me spend time with friends because fuck, do I feel like I don't always do enough of that. Left to my own devices, I'll just kind of like do my own thing. So it's a good way for me to like, yeah, I need to interact with people. But like as for working through stuff, I don't know. Maybe I'm like one of those weird old people where I'm just like, if I have a problem, I need to shut up. Shut up.
Boomer.
It's not wrong though. It's just one of those things like if I have a problem, I need to like, fix it in the hopefully healthiest way possible, and that's obviously not always the reality. Let's be honest. But
You're a man. Just suppress it, Lamar.
yeah, I'm a guy. I can't have feelings. Fuck. But I mean, like to that end, like while don't always, I may not, and a lot of people may not always live up to like the whole I support mental health and like getting therapy and stuff like that. It's still always good to like tell people, hey, it's okay, if you have an issue. But like, I personally would feel pretty bad if I was using my friends as sort of like armchair therapists because I'm just fucking weird. I don't know. I don't want to burden myself on people, if that makes any sense.
Coward.
Yeah. Dumb bitch.
Yeah, I just kind of tend to
huh.
put in a character flaw, which, sometimes is or is not something I've dealt with before. Like, feeling Marana out, I definitely think her a lot of like internalized hate turning to anger and kind of working through that is going to be interesting, which is probably something I felt when I was like much, much younger.
Yeah.
I had another character that had a massive like imposter syndrome inferiority complex. Hi, Phalith.
Philip was great.
Phalith was interesting. And in DOA, I think Oberon is just like the perpetual like, what if I did follow this to its quote unquote logical conclusion? And it's like, that's a bad idea, friend.
This could get ugly real fast.
D&D helps the fuck out of me, TBH.
My
Helps
friends
me a
here,
lot.
all of them.
What?
Cyric.
What'd you say?
I said my friends here, all of them. Crown, Cyric, Talanos.
What? I don't do shit. What are you
Necro,
talking
Momo, Sizzle. I had a rough time back when the campaign started. Period. Like I was in a very, very stressful situation in place. They all know what went on then. And them being around and talking and even just sharing those Fridays helped me get through probably one of the single most stressful times in my life.
That's good. I mean, despite me being a fucking weirdo, I'm always happy to like be here for friends. So I get you.
Stop it. Those are real feelings. Put them back.
Yeah, stop
No.
that shit.
No.
I'm giving you shit.
D&D's just helped me mostly. RP in general has mostly just helped me socialize with other people and sort of, connect. Because I'm not good at like meeting new people in RP. You kind of just have to, especially in like public setting.
Hey, why don't you go to sleep?
Hey.
You have a flight tomorrow.
Flight tomorrow.
He's gonna sleep on the flight. What would you say,
Today.
Sizzle? Then, like, if I can pose a quick follow up to that, would be like, do you find that the voice RP was more effective in that, or just in general?
I mean, in general, I've done both. I've done text RP. The only thing I don't do is like forum RP.
I think for me, like, the voice RP definitely broke down some like awkward, shy barriers that I had. especially when I started doing it with DM when we both started playing D&D together at an actual table. And like when you have 5 people staring at you and expect like a role played response, it is so like unnerving for the first time. Holy shit. Like sweating and everything.
Dude, I sweat here, and nobody's looking at me.
I
Well,
am.
Nice.
when I'm by
No, you're not.
myself.
Yes,
When
I
I'm by
am.
myself, it's no big deal.
No, you don't.
D&D as
I
a
had heavy
whole.
drill that hole, of course.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck?
Especially as a dungeon master, has helped considerably with my self-confidence and being able to talk to people and sort of work out of my own shell and get out of my own mind. So, yeah, I'd say D&D has helped me considerably.
That's good.
I'm definitely far more outgoing than I was when I got out of the Navy. That's for sure.
Oh, jeez.
Uh,
Yeah.
Since Sizzle took umbrage to gifting
Wait.
Zebus a sub,
Uh-oh.
I shall no longer
Wait.
be gifting subs to the channel. Thanks, Sizzle.
You're welcome.
I appreciate the
Hell,
heads up,
Sizzle.
Guido. That is incredibly kind of you for the heads up.
Yeah. Oh, okay. He's gone.
He bounced.
He said, wait, and then he died.
The hell is he doing? I'm not waiting.
I don't know.
It's the end of the night. How do each of your characters feel about a greater power, such as deities or patrons? How they react if they were in a seat similar to Siluro, where they're not really in a seat of control? We'll go down the line. We'll start with Kellon.
So I have it written that like because of his mother and his heritage, like, and his father more or less agrees, and to my understanding too, like the elves kind of go with either like nature stuff or the Allfather, or am I incorrect about that?
Sorry, what?
Yeah. What's that?
No, sorry, what?
Is that what it's? Is that correct?
Are you talking about elves and their patrons and their deities?
Yes.
It generally varies per location. Or if you're talking about the places like Nelinor, they worship the Allfather.
Yeah, okay, that's right. So that's where I remember that from then. Yeah, but between that and like his mom's being heritage and everything was just like Callan himself worships the Allfather because it's sort of what he grew up with. And like there of course there's like your sort of sense of religiosity, if that's a fucking word. Holy shit. Your just sense of faith in general. But like, is he this super devout guy who's gonna, drop to his knees and start praying and like that? Like, maybe not. It would depend, right? He would have to have some kind of like sign or something like that, because just between him, his organization, and his lifestyle and everything like that, it's a lot of stuff like praying to gods is fine and everything like that, but like you need to be able to solve your own problems too, or yeah, things like that. So there you go.
Marana.
Would you repeat the question?
No. How do each of your characters feel about a greater power, such as a deity or patron? How would they react if they were in a seat similar to Siluro, where they're not really in a seat of control?
I guess I didn't answer that second part, but yeah.
I feel like in a much kind of like lesser degree right now, Morana is sort of in that kind of situation with the whole Dampier thing, which will probably become more prevalent.
Sorry.
The more she goes without her medicines, and potentially the more she examines that bloodline, whether she wants to or not. And as far as like gods or something, I imagine in Malgrove, like, yeah, there's deities and there's people who are devout, mainly to the Allfather or Bahamut, her father being one of those people. And that's where he draws strength from in order to fight the terrors of the Grimwald, so that's all well and good. You know, you do what you need to survive. A patron is a bit more of a stickier thing. Those have agendas, generally, that they want you to fulfill. And it may be more of a price than you're willing to pay. I feel like, though, in Malgrove, a sort of almost ancestor worship and or more appreciation for almost like saint-like beings, though, would probably be acceptable. Like ancient heroes of old, hunters of old.
Yeah, I was
that
thinking
were elevated.
like hero worship, like if
Yeah.
Van Richten was in this setting.
Exactly. There's definitely hero worship. Like if there were saint worship, because those people were here. They actually did things and moved things and affected things. So they're very much more material.
Good to know.
Like fat lot of good the gods do if they're not good gods are if they're not helping us not die. They're only helping us afterwards.
Ashilde, we know that Ashilde worships two gods, two Erinar.
Ooh.
Indeed.
We know that you like him. You like Ayun. You like Morotir.
Correct. But she is a cleric of Ayun.
Indeed. I.e., it's part of your dwarven heritage that makes you a follower of Morotir. How do you feel being in Silorill's seat, in a seat where you have no control?
Her nature as a dwarf and her nature as a person, she would have attempted to tell that dragon to fuck right off. There would be no bowing or anything like that. Any inkling, she'd have been like, oh no, I'm me. Get out. You know what I mean?
I'm me.
I'm a dwarf. Yeah, I got that. But like, did you know I'm a dwarf? Yeah, okay.
See if
but,
I can
like,
say
just-
it right. Listen here, you scaly fuck. You're not gonna be controlling me. I'm the one who's wielding you, not the other way around. So you can either get on board or I'll make sure that nobody ever finds you again, right?
She gets bitten in half.
It retorts, wield this dick and then you die.
It's like, hey, would you like to go to Wendy's? Wendy's nuts!
Oh my god.
But she would fight it tooth and nail, and then afterwards she would bury it. Make sure nobody ever touched it again.
Nice.
If she was forced into a situation with no control and she ever got out of it, it would be this unbridled kind of rage. She'd want to destroy that thing, whatever did it to her.
You don't get to be angry.
I'm a dwarf. I'm angry all the time.
Hey, Siloril. How you feel about the position you've been put in?
When it comes to gods, Cilaril's like, sure, worship who you'd like. She's more into like, she loves stories and books and the hero's tale, right? She's very almost similar to how Marana put it, but you know, in the more fantasy setting where she would read about all the different things or people from the past in Tyrost and just, you know, these are what people write about to inspire, you know, other people. Not what gods do. Sure, you know, do what you'd like and worship who you'd like, but I like the tangible. And she's also a very avid dragon enthusiast. She very much believes and almost passively follows Bahamut, but it's not like a religious standpoint, it's like a cultural standpoint.
I am definitely going to like this party because I can already see concordance being from patrons, not from gods, and I like that a
Concord what?
lot.
Concord what?
Oh, boys.
I
Oh,
like
yeah.
that a lot.
Sweet summer child, you have been missing out.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I've used concordance.
I mean, from a patron, I don't.
It
Oh,
means it's going to be a little more
personal.
transactional. No.
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 I'm very excited.
And Silverwell, if Silverwell was in Silverwell's position,
Yeah.
Leans in.
Shut up. God, don't you have a flight?
Yeah.
She would never serve a chromatic. It's just, it wouldn't happen. Unless she was literally forced into, like, shackles of the mind or shackles of the body, you know?
Sounds
It
like
just
that's what's
wouldn't happen. Exactly. So she's in this position where she, in her head canon, she's like, no, I'm not. Sure, I can put it down. I just want to keep it away from other people. Why? If I put it down, one of you would pick it up. What's really happening is, no, don't touch. This is mine.
Delightful. Hey, Urea.
Urea.
The person
Hey.
with probably the most experience in this current situation.
Wow.
How you feeling about patrons and deities, and what would you do if you were put in Silverwheel's position? Oh, wait.
Ooh. Well, funny enough, I am. So deities are a bit of anathema to Urias. She does not like the gods. The gods, if a god came to her, she would probably look at it more as an alien than like a holy being. She has been trained in Shademore, and they have gods in Shademore, but the more religious side of Shademore is very fundamentalist. Not only that, but she trains with her father, who is very sort of like, very much sort of do it yourself, the power of man kind of thing. A little Wizard King, a little bit. Schmeil. And just in general, I don't think she'd understand the whole like gods being tied to like domains necessarily. She works with people who have to basically obey certain rules and have basically certain needs, Maslow's needs. She expects people to want to eat, to fuck, to go to sleep. So when you get a god in the picture who doesn't have to care about any of that and can just walk into a scenario and say, it's going to be my way, there's no highway, it's just my way, that kind of freaks her out a little bit. As far as patrons go, they're more simple for her to understand, because a lot of the time, what they desire is pretty simple. It's usually power. And she can understand that better, I think, than she can understand like the desires of deities. And if she was in Silverwolf's position, well, she probably wouldn't want to say yes. Not that she would have a choice. Because not because she's against chromatics, but because she's a little prideful. She doesn't want other people or patrons telling her what to do. It's my way. If you'd like an example, go watch the fucking Monday stream where she does exactly that.
The half episode.
Indeed.
The what?
The half episode. There was a solo session for Yuria and Alaric where they got their class transformations. This was a while ago.
Yeah, it was.
Neat.
Oh God. Super. Super asking 85 questions. We'll put Red Risk. Red Risk is the last question. We'll go through these pretty quick because I'm starving. Yuria making back alley deals with thugs, trying to get them on that Goggalad sign-on bonus.
Yes. She was originally starting out, she was going to be a lot more loyal to the sword. Almost seeing it as like a friend in a strange land. And she still does to a certain degree. But it's sort of like, your friend's, being a little bit of a bitch. So you kind of have like, it's a low point in the friendship.
I'm sure it will only get better.
Absolutely.
Silo Rail, how does it feel that you allowed some upstart to usurp your dragon mom?
Well, she didn't let them. Thank you very much, chatter. It just kind of happened, and she's not happy about it.
That's a
Why don't
bold
you shut your fuck mouth, dragon? She'd never love you.
upstart, huh? Hey, so
She's
what
like,
is
look, I
Silverl...
just want her digits, bro. Can we meet?
So is when are we going to start seeing Silverl take like levels into Hexblade? That's what I want to know.
Oh, fuck, what I do with Hexblade?
Because you have a cool Hexblade now. Look, there it is.
No, I don't.
Not with that charisma
do you
score,
mean?
anyway.
It's
What do
not.
you
It's
mean?
not like a Hexblade. It's like like Blake.
Like Blake?
Like Blake.
I see. Yeah, I also remember Annabelle doming the shit out of Blake.
It's like
Dang.
from what I can tell, it's like how Arabella's in his weapon. Or was. People said.
You know who
People
else is
say.
in my weapon?
No.
How far has Marana flown off that hook from the beginning of this session / end of the previous session? I feel like some other larger bombs got dropped today.
She is just like sitting there with her arms crossed, tapping her foot agitatedly, like,
Why? I don't know what
Is this
that
like-
means.
Oh, it's just like everything was about her thing was made a big freaking deal of, and now, oh, Yuria knows what this is. Oh, she has her own weapon that wants to turn her into a vessel. Oh, Silveril has a weapon that's turning her into a vessel, and I'm somehow the bad guy.
Well, see, that's the problem. You see, here's the difference. Yuria has 20 charisma.
Yeah.
And also, here's the difference. I didn't know.
Boom.
But she's still angry about it. Like,
Yeah, well,
Still a little booty hurt.
lie better.
I mentioned a little earlier that it was my first time in, so I'm a little lost plot-wise. However, the storytelling and the RP that y'all provided is amazing, so I'm really interested in coming back to catch the rest of your journey. Jovalkir, that is incredibly kind of you. Welcome to the community. Hello. These lovely players are fantastic role players, and they make the absolute most out of the world and the setting. So if you like their roleplay, all the sessions from episode 1 till now are caught in the highlights. So if you have some free time, they're there for you to watch.
No, you can't leave. You're stuck.
As well,
Welcome
feel
to
free to
D&D.
I'm stuck, Cap party member.
feel free to join the Discord. There are a bunch of like-minded people who also love the world of Adis and love the players and like talking about them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you can bother us in real time.
Not me. Don't bother me.
Well, the rest of
Backs
us
away.
boring dumb players.
Whoa,
No,
whoa.
no,
Major Starlord, yes, I was on the Navy. I was a hospital corpsman. Let's see.
Because I'll feel bad when I don't respond.
Oh, yeah.
Which will make it worse.
The last question from Red Risk. Through this campaign, was the one role or choice you wish you went more in your favor?
Huh?
Through this campaign, what was the one role or choice you wish went more in your favor?
I mean, every time I roll a natural 1 on something.
Yeah, but which one hurt the most?
The rats. Man, that was so incredibly demoralizing. Just yeah, I mean, it's, right in hindsight, it's fucking hilarious. It's just like at the time, I'm like, my character's about to die to rats. Like, it's like playing an MMO or an RPG for the first time, and the innkeeper's like, go downstairs and kill my rats level 1 adventure, and you're like, yeah, cool, this is how I learned to play the game. Then you show up, and then a rat just beat your ass, just beat the brakes off you.
Yeah, that was rough.
That was really bad.
Yeah.
It was really bad.
Yeah, that's probably the only time. Those are the only types of crit fails that I'm like, oof, maybe we should not have. Most crit fails, like I would say, the Basilisk King, but the Basilisk King also got some sick lore out of it. So, you win some, you lose some. It went somewhere, even if it went very slowly through a bush because I weighed 2 tons.
Party taking points of exhaustion.
Bro. I would have hated to be a party member in that time. That sounds absolutely horrendously painful. I'm surprised people don't lord that over Uria's head. Like, do you know how heavy you weighed, you fucking bitch?
Fat shamer in stone form.
I almost got thrown in jail because I didn't move your ass.
You know how many times I almost fucking pulled my tendons just dragging your heavy piece of shit obsidian booty?
I tore an ACL hauling
God.
your big ass.
It would just have been a trudge. And then you have monsters behind you, the threat of the basilisk showing hey gamer. That probably is the worst. That would be that's a trauma area where you're just trudging so slowly and everything's so heavy. Not for me though. I was
that was
first
vibing.
class. That was vibing.
Marana. Are there any moment or role you wish had went more in your favor?
Gracious. A few, but one I was, because my dice have been away for a long while. But I think honestly, way back when, her dream, I wanted to know more. I'm hoping I'll get a chance again in the future.
Ah, yes.
Dear Hunter.
Dear Hunter. You're awfully cold.
I think whenever I roll low on persuasion, I'm like, fuck.
Dear God, why?
Yeah, that's the one. I only have 4 proficiency skills, and persuasion's the one that I use. So when it rolls low, it's just man.
You're just like a
full
mouth breather.
Why do I exist? Just to suffer? And then the DM's like, yes.
Ashilde? Is there a moment or role you wish had gone more in your favor? As Ashilde and Orso Bean.
My constitution rolls on Ashilda have been pretty decent. I think I don't think I've had one of those.
Nice.
Honest to goodness, like everything's been like nothing too horrible on both Sabine and Ashilda.
Nice. Punk. Silo real.
Hmm. I don't know. I mean, there's been plenty of times, I think, anyone would have wanted their choice to change, but I can't necessarily pinpoint one. What do you think, Deanna?
Moments that I think Scylla would have benefited from had they gone in her favor.
This last one.
No, that was... No.
It was pretty
It's a long time coming.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah, it was.
I don't think there's been a super debilitating dice roll for Siluro yet. I don't think she's like gotten close to death. No, I have way more for like Evelyn than I do even remotely close for Siluro. So I think Siluro and Ashilda have been doing pretty good.
Nice. I think generally the regrets don't come from dice rolls; they come from just poor decisions.
Yeah, that's completely different. It's the
Right.
coulda, woulda,
Look
shoulda.
back, and I'm like, ooh, maybe I wasn't as big brain as I thought I was. Maybe I'm a nincompoop.
No. The roll that made her lose 2 charisma. Ooh, that's
That was
fair.
rough.
Shit sucks.
Yeah, it needed a 15, rolled a 14. That was brutal.
All right. I am actually going to go to bed so I can catch a flight.
Yes, I'm about to call it here.
Yeah, I've got a cute purple bunny and a himbo in the other room, so I gotta go.
Indeed. Go ahead and say goodbye, party members.
Goodbye,
Goodbye.
everyone, and good night.
Say bye.
Bye.
That's right, you say it.
Bitch.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Hey, gamers. Lipcat, I'm really glad that you want to catch up on the catalog. That's incredibly kind of you. And Noxia, hello. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. This is our Friday game, Cometh the Fall of Man. This takes place in my homebrew world of Atis, which is a 5th edition setting. The players are currently in the western continent of Tyros, the land of kings. It is a very high fantasy, Arthurian-inspired setting, which has these players adventuring through the world and discovering what lays before them, and to hopefully prevent the fall of humanity. I want to thank everybody who tuned in tonight, all of the new followers, all of the new subs. You guys have been incredible. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the players, supporting the stream, and supporting myself. You guys allow me to do this Dungeons and Dragons, being able to make maps, make worlds, hang out with all of you, and just get to enjoy my hobby and hang out with my friends. I couldn't ask for anything else. So thank you guys so much. As well, hey gang, we hit 2.5k followers tonight, which was our December goal, and we have absolutely smashed it in the latter half of October. So I don't know what our fucking goal is now. I have no idea what the plan is. So I'm going to talk to my mods and figure something out. It's been awesome. I've been super excited. My plan is still to talk with an artist in November, get you guys some awesome badges next to your names, get you guys some drip, and keep going along the way, along our path for new stuff to get you guys all sort of kitted out and keep this community growing. That is the plan. What else? Any other big goals and or things? I don't believe so. I believe we're going to keep things going. We have if you are interested, by the way, for all the new followers, if you are interested in Dungeons and Dragons and you like the content you saw here tonight, well, you're in luck. We have another game this Sunday called The Dawn of Anor Lure. It takes place on Momo's channel, also known as the player Siluril. She is a very prominent green cat VTuber, and it is hosted over on her channel. So if you would like to come watch a sort of different flavor of D&D, still set in the same world, but a very interesting setting, set in Anor Lure, the recently resurrected First Age continent, then you are invited to tune in. I believe that's all for me tonight. I'm going to go hang out with the guests that have flown all the way out here to hang out with us. So I hope that you all have a fantastic night. I hope that you all take care of yourselves, of your loved ones, of each other. I hope that I get to see you all again this Sunday. Chat, hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. Join the Discord. Follow the Twitter. Subscribe to the YouTube. All of those things. And I will see you all later. Goodbye, chat.